Hi everyone, this is Norman Kochenik here for Eyes on Cricket with Norman Kochenik. I'm here on what is the last morning, or the last preview of the Lord's Test on day 5. The first comment we got there, Kartik Raj Singh saying England to win. Well, you would think they're in a good position, but quite frankly, in my opinion, it can go either way still. But the likelihood is potentially an England victory, depending on how Punt and the like bat this morning. And also a draw is possible if England can't muster the runs. And look, you never know. England might collapse and we might then have an incredible result, not unlike the West Indies versus Pakistan, where the West Indies just got over the line. Pakistan almost pulled that one out, pulled the rug out from the West Indies there. They were 9 down when they passed the score, which was quite remarkable indeed. It was a rather dramatic situation, and you'd have to be honest with me that really the likelihood of a Western loss was quite unlikely. But I'll tell you what, it certainly almost went that way. It was quite incredible, actually. I'm just preparing the post-match efforts as well. It's a bit early at the moment. I can see there's not a lot of traffic going on. We'll just have to I guess people are probably not as a bit match worn, having already faced 5 days of it. It does tire you. There's no doubt about that, indeed. We'll just have a look at the situation here. So, just waiting on. We'll see how things go. I'm just going to quickly address something here. It's telling people to go live now, which is rather late. But it's informing people now that we're going live, so that's all right. A little bit late. Thanks for joining, guys. It's nice to see you again. This is Norman Kochenik here for our live show, which will go well into the first session. We might have to see a lot of action in that first session, especially from Rishabh Pant. You have to argue Rishabh Pant's influence will be significant in this match. I'm just posting some stuff on the post-match, post-day 5, post-match review, which will be interesting. So listen, comments are already starting to come through. Let's look. England to win. Good chance. England will win today. Well, Amlan Bora and Kartik Raj Singh think differently. But I like Transient's comment the best. England's game to lose. If they stuff up and they lose, it's upon them. Rishabh Pant 100 today, that would be absolutely fantastic. Rishabh Pant gets a very quick 100. There was no one with Rishabh. That's the problem. But that could instill some extra responsibility on Rishabh Pant to not only hit runs but also farm the strike. And Ishant Sharma can certainly hold up an end. I'm not exactly against him. Boomer can certainly whack as well. Not much going on with Shami and Siraj, but look, they got 70 odd in the first Test match to get the score to 278, didn't they? So it's not exactly an impossible situation at all. Not an impossible situation at all. But it was, before we get into it too much, it was quite incredible to watch the West Indies play against Pakistan. Pakistan continues to shock people. They do the unexpected. It's certainly an interesting aspect of the game. West Indies, Pakistan actually were all out for 217 and then 203. West Indies were 253, so that was a target set of 168 to win, and West Indies were 9 for 168. So they left their worst performance for that last innings, and boy, they went close to losing it, but they won. Now, there's a live report there about this second test, and there's a lot of discussion about it being a thrilling final day of cricket. I heard on Twitter there was a certain commentary that it was the biggest game of all in history. I don't think that's the case. It certainly has been a good game, but for India to win the match, it might be quite dramatic, yes. But it can't match the Gabba test. That was India's watershed moment with so many players out to be able to come back and win that match the way they did, with Shardul Thakur and Washington Sundar batting so well, Natarajan, and of course Siraj 5 wickets. Gill's runs, Pujara and Sharma all chipped in, but then ultimately Pant taking him across the line to win that fourth. That was amazing. I will ask Kashi Bogwe. I've asked, I mean, I've had Vikrant Gupta, I've had Gautam Bhattacharya, we've had Boria Majumdar, we've had Kuntal Chakraborty, we've had Jeff Thompson's, Doug Walters, Len Pascoe's, and more recently Steve Waugh, as well as Monty in the recent days. Adam Holliott was meant to be here today. He hasn't been able to, but look, there's still 3 tests to go. I'm not worried about that. I think either it'll be a draw or an England win. Rishabh Gupta, you're not saying there's any chance of India winning. Okay. Siraj 5-wicket haul in second innings. Could be. Only punt and weather can save India today. Now we wonder whether it'll be a factor the other way, and I hope it's not. New ball plus 5th day pitch will, it's hoping the shot for India, maximum lead of 190. Let's hope it's more than that. Who do you reckon is the pitch dreadful enough to take 10 English wickets in 2.5 sessions? Not really. Again, the pitch won't be the reason for it. It'll be more the pitch. It won't be the pitch. It'll be the batting failures rather than anything else. Make an interview with Sanjana Ganesan. She's married to Bumrah, correct? I believe so. If India bat till lunch, the match would end in a draw. Well, hopefully India go for it and try and take wickets. I'm pretty sure England will more or less shut up shop, but they've got batsmen to take them on. They've got Bairstow who can bat, Butler who can bat, even Moeen Ali and Sam Curran. They've got batters there that can attack. Hi, what's your thoughts on the pitch on day 5? Will they miss Ashwin? They'll always miss Ashwin, but I think they've made an astute decision. The fast bowler should be able to take the wickets as well. And in the case of Ashwin, whether it was there or not, I'm not exactly sure whether he would have changed the match that much, but he would have been useful to have, yes. But the pitch is not relevant. The pitch won't be breaking up as much as Lord's pitch. It still suits the fast bowling more, and really it's more of an issue of that. Rishabh Pant, what's his approach today? He'll bat as he always does normally. He'll just hopefully farm the strike and hopefully have a situation where he takes charge and make sure that he doesn't allow wickets to fall. The most important thing is they last at least 1.5 to 2 hours, and in that period they can get the score from 154 lead to around the 220 mark with a bit of luck. So that would be very, very useful to have that situation occur. Indeed. Yeah, it's all Rishabh Pant's got all of the pressure and excitement. He's more than capable of doing it. We know that. More than capable of doing it. Be very interesting to see what he actually does too. Should Rishabh Pant go all guns blazing and play his natural aggressive style, or be conservative? I think he should go. I think he should be natural. Maybe the first 4 or 5 overs, not. But when the ball's there, hit it. But if it's a brand new ball, the field will generally be up, so there'll be gaps. So there's some cheap runs to be had. If he gets out, they might be in trouble. Well, they're in trouble now, aren't they? But yeah, it's hard to say, to tell Pant to be conservative, but he was, well, I would argue, relatively conservative last night when he batted. He didn't exactly, no 4s and 6s in his innings so far. It was rather defensive, but resolute, and it should have been. Well, I was hoping that both Pujara and Rahane were still there at the end of the day's play, because they both were 40 odd and 60 odd, so they had every reason to be. Pity they weren't there, but yeah, and also the fact that Jadeja went cheaply. But look, Pant will be going for it. I can't imagine him being conservative. Virat should play domestically to improve his weakness of uncertainty. Yeah, that's the way he bats. Again, a bit like Pant. We can't alter too many things, but Kohli's such a learning type batsman. He learns every time he goes in the bat. He certainly has taken a lot into account, as did Sharma and Rahul. They were fantastic this test. Don't you think Virat Kohli is struggling a lot, both in captaincy and batting as well? Captaincy, I'm not going to knock his captaincy because he has won more tests than the other Indian captain ever. 63rd match he's been captain, 59%. Look, you can't knock those. You can't knock someone who's 10, 15% above any other Indian captain. How could you knock that? And Anderson takes 5 wickets today. Well, that's going to be interesting because he hasn't taken a single wicket in the innings so far, which is rather unusual. Mark Wood certainly proved to be very good early on, but look, he looks like he may be carrying an injury, having hit his shoulder. He's very injury prone, and the day after being bowling there for a fair bit, he might be a bit stiff and sore. If India managed to give a target of 200, 225, the edge will be with India. More towards the 225 mark, I think it would make it interesting. because that may in turn make England think to play defensively, to defend rather than attack, and to win, and that could really turn against them. I think Shami will be the key bowler today. He bowls really well on day 5. Well, look, the whole bowling unit, Shami, Siraj, Ishant, and Bumrah all rally together and bowl really well. You probably won't see a need to bowl Jadeja too much today. That's my thoughts. Yeah, so that's my early thoughts. I mean, it's not unlike the last day of the first test, the 5th day of the first test. We spent almost 4 hours in the preview show, and then a further 3 hours after we can see a ball being bowled. And I had some 60,000 of you talking to me, and we were conjecturing what the conjecture was around what could have happened, what should have happened. We all thought it was disappointing for India, but it could have went England's way too, but it could have went India's way. Today, it should go England's way, but India have a great chance to turn that around. And it's for England to lose the match. I like that comment earlier. Rain, not a question as far as I'm aware. India will use up the whole first session to get to 2-3 lead, so it's a draw. Well, they'll be making sure they don't lose the match, absolutely, but they would like not to draw. If it's a draw, it becomes a 3-test series, doesn't it? It's not exactly the worst thing, but India will rue the fact that they missed out the first test. That was weather-wise, and this test, it could be England ruining if they don't get their act together. A word of appreciation for you, Norman. I haven't seen anyone as consistent as you. Previews, reviews, post-match analysis, all Indian matches don't fail in your time zone. Great going, buddy. Thank you, Cricket Legends. I really appreciate that comment. In fact, I'm going to take a photograph of that. I rather like that. I do think I work very hard. I'm very proud of what I do, guys. So let's embrace that thought anytime. Now, David Graveney's been on every morning, so he may not be on today, but if England win, it'll have more on, I'm sure. But Chris Vernon was on last night. Reg might be on later. Munchie's floating around. A partner should be here. We should set a partner before too long. But this is going to be an interesting day. And again, having seen what happened with the West Indies match, which was quite incredible. It was quite an incredible match, wasn't it? The fact that the West Indies, what happened with them? They won by 1 wicket. You can't get tighter than that. Pakistan got 217 and 203. The Windies were 253, but 9 for 168. They really struggled, and they didn't have a lot of time either, but it could easily have gone Pakistan's way. Take out to Pakistan. They played pretty well as well. The way India battled on day 4, India should be happy because we settled for a draw today. Yeah. Hi, Sandy. How are you? Who was Fijian, Sri Lankan, no Indian, living in London. I'm pretty sure that Nolans will win. Okay. Norman, what is your view on England ball champions? Well, I haven't covered that in a broadcast yet, but I will. They certainly deliberately stepped on the ball. And it annoys me. It really does. After the crap that went on with Australia's so-called sandpaper gate and other incidents that happened over Lolly Gate and also other gates, this was pretty deliberate. They didn't kick the ball around, they actually stood on it. It didn't really change much, though, did it? So it's pretty ineffectual, but it is disgusting and stupid too. And on which country do you support for in this test? Well, I'm an Australian, so Australia's my team usually. I like good cricket. I like to see the West Indies and Pakistan win their matches. That was a great match between the two of them. In this particular case, I'm slightly in favour of India because England are expected to win this series in a lot of ways, but India have their best chances. So let's see India win. Taking 14 wickets in one someday looks too unreal for me. It does, but you never know. Beautiful drawings. Any thoughts on the West Indies-Pakistan match? I've been talking about it already, beautiful drawings, a lot. West Indies stumbled across the line. Look, Jason Holder was a good player for them as well. Their new keeper themselves look pretty good as well. Pakistan don't give up, do they? They really don't give up. Asher Shah was probably a little bit underdone. But look, Pakistan almost pulled that victory off when really all match West Indies were in front, you would argue. Had the Searles, and you knew the new West Indian bowler who he took a 5 for. That's pretty impressive at 19 years of age. I think West Indies have unearthed another fast bowler, which is always great to see. It's great when Pakistan and West Indies unearth great talents because it's good for general cricket. South Africa's in the same boat too. Australia, I don't know what's going on there. Please don't start me on Australia. We'll talk about Australia another day. If England, it's another good test, and India win, it will be one of the greatest matches. Let's see. Well, if India can pull this out, it's going to take a Rishabh Pant massive 100 in the first session to go. Look, don't forget, a guy like Doug Walters scored centuries in a session. It'd be pretty exciting if Pant goes nuts and scores 100 in the session and gives India a big 250 plus lead, which would mean that they can really put pressure on England. You never know. You just don't know. But it's unlikely. I think if we lose, Java69 should be in. Well, Java69 was warming my heart. A chubby guy. It was extremely funny how that was pulled off. And I'm glad it was taken in the right vein. It was funny. It was harmless. It was very, very funny. The way he pretended to say it, first pointing to the advert and then pointing to the Indians logo saying he's Indian. And it was funny how he got that far before they even realised. It was quite funny. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, it was a joke, but imagine if it was more serious than that. Say if he actually had some sort of weapon and he was a dangerous man and he got that close to the players. That would worry me. But in the scheme of things, he's got his own YouTube channel. I think he also did some diving against the rules. He went on a high board and dived as well, and they couldn't stop him. And if it's taken in the right humour, it doesn't hurt anybody. I rather think it's funny, yeah. Sorry, what's sorry? Typing error? What do you mean typing error? Manju, did you listen to Norman? 200 plus will be interesting. England may not straight away attack, but if India is all out for 40 minutes, the first session, then 100% will attack and win. Well, not attack back normally, because if they're only going to bat for 30 minutes, they won't get more than 180. There's plenty of time to score 180 in the day. Yeah, so that's probably not attacking. There's batting back normally we get it. The key here is the run rate per over. 3 runs and over, they can get it quite easily. When they start to put it up to 4 to 5, it becomes a lot more difficult to score that quickly. So that's the issue that we're looking at here. Where are we up to with the numbers? Test cricket is very best, but certainly is Norman India lose today, then in the next match will Vijay Marani go? No, not now. The huge advantage with England starting with a new ball, certainly. Could be a draw and you can fight back and win. No, let's see. Nice beard on. Thanks, RG Pranav. If you haven't seen me before, it's going to go after the test. So I'm going to find someone to shave me because I'm just not a shaver. I like to be shaved. So RG Pranav, I hope please, if you haven't subscribed, please do. I would appreciate it. Karan Shahi, are there any chances of rain today, Lords? Doesn't look like it. Overcast maybe, but not rain. The huge advantage with England that they once started with a new ball. Yeah, it's going to be an advantage, but the way Pant bats, if he can engineer the strike, he can go for it and get 20, 30, 40 very, very quickly and put England in the defensive. That's already 190, and if they can ink out 222, yeah, you never know. Krishna, even if England attacks to win, they over-accelerate to the target, which is too unreal, and in the process they will lose more wickets and be in more trouble. So again, it's a draw. I think England, because of Root, may go ultra defensive a little bit too early. That could be to their downfall. Chandrish, I know Chandrish. He's on extra time a lot. I've been in interviews with him a lot, so I'll get him across one day. Plenty of time, guys. The point is that you don't want to bring everybody on the first. I've been going for about 6, 7, 8 months. You don't want everybody on this program, at least. You don't want everybody to. Then you've got nothing left in the tank. You do it gradually, guys. You've got to have some sort of development of the players, people coming on. Remember England, New Zealand match, 160 runs, 2 sessions. England settled for a draw. So I feel somewhere they'll fill in score without Stokes. Yeah, I think they will. I mean, Sibley's notorious for it. We've seen him do that. It won't work in England's favour. Draw, laugh a lot. Hey, let's hope not. First 8 overs, slow start. After 8 overs, one aggressive punt. Yeah, I think that could be the way. I think he'll start a little earlier than that, to be honest. The lead is 154. It would be hard to go near, let alone past 200. I think you're selling India shorter by saying that because they've got that's how got 70 odd last match. Just they know that this is a do or die win. This is extremely important. If they can get a win, well, either side can. It's a massive lead. I really thought India would be 2-0 up after this match, and they've had chances to do it in both matches. Wayne affected the first one. This time, the second time, they've let Root get away from them. Yeah, 90 overs. I thought it was 98, but I think it may be 90. I'm not sure. Lots of bats there. If England lose 4 to 5 wickets while batting, then England tighten down their lot. If fought and go hard for a draw, yeah, that could be their downfall. You talked about champagne corks thrown at KRL. Do you remember in your country the syndicate making racist comments and such? Of course I do. There's a video I've put out. There's in fact 2 videos. If you look at my list of videos, I've actually, one's got about 5,000 views, one's got about close to 1,000. Yeah, I put a lot of effort in that stuff. But my God, of course I have. Yesterday, when his tail played sensible cricket, especially Roach. Yeah, but they almost lost it. Almost lost it. Will Punt go get the score today, or Tail will get out cheaply? I'm excited about what Punt could bring to the last day. If we bat until lunch, it's definitely a draw. Well, if we bat till lunch, it'll certainly mean that India won't lose, is my thoughts. Okay? But that's one good thing. England will tighten. I think they will. They'll be a bit nervous. Should have picked this on Sharma. Should have had Avesh Khan instead of, in my opinion. Right. Well, Barry Wilson, unfortunately, Avesh Khan is already home. He was injured in one of the pre-matches, the trial match, and he's already back home. And that's why, because Avesh Khan went home, and so did Gill. They brought in Prithvi Shaw and Sky Kumar. So there you go. Domestic gameplay will increase the chances of edge in LBW. So runs should be a priority. What do you think? Yeah, absolutely. England, if suddenly thinks England will win, good on you. Good luck for India. England, sorry. If India win, I might die from happiness and turn off the air. Okay, let's not be silly. Jasprit Bumrah bowling is so bad, he gives away too many extras. No balls. A lot of it allow IC to penalise India's points for the World Test Championship. Well, he got 9 wickets in the first Test match. You can't want that. Can you invite Joe Root to your show live? Well, I certainly can't do it while he's playing a Test match, I'm afraid. No. In between Test matches, it is difficult to be through the ECB, but I do upload his media conferences. You've seen that. Thoughts on Afghanistan's situation? It's disgusting. It's terrible. The Taliban have been terrible there. Afghanistan are going to play, of course, a Test match against Australia in November. I hope that hasn't jeopardised by all this. I don't know where the players are at the moment. I'm assuming they're in the country, but if they're not, they're probably somewhere like England. I'm not sure they are. And, you know, we want to see Afghanistan flourish, not go backwards. I feel sorry for them. You're a huge fan of Rudy. So are we all. What happened to Virat Kohli? As we saw yesterday, a little glimpse of old colleagues said, yeah, don't just count Kohli. He can come back anytime. Can Jadeja take 5 wickets today? Well, if Jadeja takes 5 wickets today, that means England would have lost a fair few wickets already for him to be on to bowl, or the early bowlers to have success. Yeah, look, Jadeja could do it, certainly. The India bowling attack is good enough to certainly make a dent in the England's batting side, which is still brittle. Number one target is get out Root and Bairstow, and then remember the great chance. What's your YouTube income? Not enough. Do you think India has a chance to win that? Always. When everything's over and if you get the permission, I'll see. We'll see. I'll try. We've got David Graving on the show. He's very closely connected to all these people. Simon Willis is closely connected to all these people. So we'll try. I mean, Hollyoak is normally here, the likes of Monty Panesel. These people all know him. The way Kohli was sitting alone and pondering, I think we are in for a Kohli's return. Well, he can't in the batting department because he's already out. So what is preparation for Australia World Test Championship? Domestic cricket, that's it. No more than that. Now, David Graveney's been on yesterday's pre and post show. I can't expect him to be here for the pre-show. I hope he will be, but we'll wait and see. India need another 60 to 70 runs to give bowlers a chance, otherwise it looks like England's going. Their comment. How will the pitch play have the cracks out? Not really. The best captain I've ever seen in my cricketing life. Williamson's a better captain, for sure. Please invite Alan today. Alan will come on a lot of recorded shows, not to me live. Krishna, India is to make 330 plus run lead within 15 overs for the first session. Declare it off so that India will get more time to take 10 wickets. Yep. Paranjay Sastiva, how are you? You're a new name to me, so if you are, please make sure you subscribe, and I'd love to see more. My gut feeling says we're in for a punt classic. I do too. If ever there's a moment, Shasta will go punt, do whatever you want to do. He's got no excuses. He can go for it. Mate, he was conservative yesterday, to be honest with you. So he at some stage this morning he's going to attack, whether it's right up front. If he gets a bad ball from Anderson with a brand new ball, I think that's the key. The very, very new ball comes on with that nicely. The field will be up, hence the positions will be available. Yeah. Why Australia's playing very less test matches? No, great question. Because of COVID, to be honest with you, that's the only reason why. If you ever meet Smith and Warner in Cummins, please tell them they have a huge following and you two. I see Warner quite regularly. Smith, Cummins lives around the corner of him. Now I've seen a lot of cricket. We're going to be a bigger threat for India should they try to visit him early. That's it. He's the man. Get him out early. My gut feeling, okay. If India need to make enough 100 runs, the part has to be aggressive, for sure. Okay, please, what you mustn't do, don't repeat your questions, okay, because I'm not going to answer them. The only way to win if they take 10 wickets. Absolutely right. Also, I love Australia and New Zealand. Well, you're sunny, it seems like everybody. Hardick, Norman, what do you view on last day of England versus India? What will happen on last day? Draw or England will win? Look, it's very hard to say at this point. I don't want to think about draws. I want a team to win this match. Yeah, Punt was great on that match. Kulak got through very hard. Also Kane Williams was a great first. He's a great captain too. What's the weather forecast like? Sunny, clear, or at least overcast but clear. What's your favourite place to visit in Sydney? Restaurants and the beach. Coogee Beach. Coogee Beach. Let's be honest. Coogee Beach is my favourite. Still got another hour and a half to go, guys. We'll get some guests on soon. The pitch is going to deteriorate, yes, but it won't deteriorate to the point of it being like an Indian pitch, okay? Yeah, punch the one, and he'll need to come hard against England batting line. Yep. How many overs and how long should India bat? Ideally, it's not so much about overs, it's more about time. Up until lunch should be enough. We'll see. They won't, as I've been made pretty clear to me, they won't declare. Hi, when are you looking to come to UK? Well, I want to be there now, but I can't travel because of COVID. We've actually got 400 cases a day here, more than that, actually, close to 500. All right, 2-minute break from questions, guys. Give me a chance to catch up, all right? We are in for England 7 for 50 or 3 for 193. Yash Singh, you're saying that England will be either 7 for 50 or 3 for 193. Well, 750 is a bit of a drama, isn't it? Well, should Asia get the turn on day 5 as would Moeen? You would have to think so. That's the comment I like to see. That's the comment I like to see more often. I want you to help me get there, for God's sake. I'm 19,000 now, which is not bad. Don't forget that having 19,000, I'll just run you through some of the stats of what you get with 19,000. 19,000 subscribers means that's only about between 5 and 10% of the people that view. So that means potentially I have up to 200,000 viewers, only 19,000 subscribed. So those other 108,000, where's your subscribe button hitting? Of course, the Ashes series includes a day-night test. It's always Adelaide. At least it has always been Adelaide. Australia suspended their tour to South Africa due to increased COVID cases. If they continue playing IPL, exactly. That's a great point. When there were lakhs of cases, this shows the double standard. Beautiful drawings. That's the most precise point that I've seen in a long time. It's exactly the only way of looking at it. It's painfully obvious because the fact that the IPL only had 29 matches and stopped, and now I've got a further 31. The priorities of the Australian players have gone right through the window. Cummins, Stoinis, certainly Smith and Warner. Not so much Dan Christian because he did play in the matches because he wanted to get back on the Australian side. The reality is that lot of the top line players, including Cummins, decided to give the priority of the IPL over playing for Australia. Stark and Hazelwood, give them some respect. They did choose the matches in West Indies and in Bangladesh. It's an interesting one. IPLs, look, you can't knock a person wanting to earn money. I can't knock that. You can't say, it's you can't say that it's necessarily a wrong thing to do, but it doesn't look good. Please call the film at my show today. She is in the middle of her own work. She works for Sporting News in her own program. She hasn't got any time. I can't get them. It's like someone asking me to come on their show right now. I can't because I've got my show. Same reason. I was on Bharat, her partner's Twitter only a couple of hours ago. I was on that. Well, you've got a considerable assistance of the pitch. Had India played Ravi Ashwin, he could have been at serious threat to the fragile in the batting line. Except for Root. I agree. Hard decision. Ashwin has to be considered for the next match, especially if they lose. If they bat till lunch, what are the odds of getting them all out for 160 and 60? It's not impossible. Unlikely, but not impossible. All right? So to when will India survive though with their batting you're talking about? You really have to wonder whether they'll go past they'd be hard pressed to go past lunch. Lunch is probably a realistic time frame because then you're 6 down, you lose 4 wickets. You'd normally lose 3 or 4 wickets in a session. So if they last the majority of the first session and they've done very well, they would have gotten the score over 200. The lead, that is. Well, Rishabh Pant is currently, how much is he? He's on 14 not out off 29 balls, which is very unusual. No 4s and 6s, 48% strike, 48.27 strike rate. Even Jadeja got more than that. Sharma's keeping up with him. It's very interesting. That was a very conservative end of the day's play for Rishabh Pant. No doubt. Of course, Jadeja was there, so Ajinkya Rahane, when did he come in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He came in at 4 down. So 4 for 155 is when Pant came in. So he batted with Rahane, and they only put on, it does 10 or so runs. So, yeah, Pant, don't worry. I've got a good feeling about him. I already answered that question. What's the time in Australia now? It is 6:33 p.m. So it's about 2:03 p.m. in India, correct? 9:30 in England. How many overs will be bowled today? I thought it was 98, but I may stand corrected tonight. They're going to bowl 15 overs in the last hour. So that's the gauge. After the live stream, can you post a comment on your channel on my channel? Yeah, sure. What was the behaviour of Kohli for a senior player like Anderson was? Look, it adds a bit of spark to it. I've got nothing wrong with what they did at all. Now, Rishabh Pant has much more freedom to hit sixes and score fast due to the tailers coming in. Can we expect another reverse scoop off Anderson? I reckon we'll see all sorts of things go on. Baramarani, here we are. How are you? Should be a draw or a winning. 200 be a winning score or a winning score. 200 is not enough to win, I think. I don't think 200 is enough. I think 220, 230. Thanks so much for your reply. Correct. It's exactly 2 now. Lakshmi in India. Okay, ball tampering by England. Your thoughts? I already talked about that, but it was very ordinary. They should be heavily punished for that if it is proven, which it seems like it can be. Australia looks like India in the 90s, relying on 2 or 3 big names. If that, yeah, Australia's in a mess. Don't count them into winning anything at the T20 World Cup. They'll be playing more for the IPL because of the Ashes. Well, if England get Ben Stokes back, Jofra Archer potentially, then they'll go, well, but without Ben Stokes, they're going to struggle too. But Australia's not exactly flying ahead of them either. Again, yeah, Labuschagne, Smith, Warner. While with the type with Lindy, give Chuck my name, please. Vivek Anand Tiwari. What's my role in cricket? Well, I've got my own YouTube channel. I've been involved with media for 15 years. I had a television show called on TV Arcana called Through the Eyes of a Cricketer. Vinoda is like in my bed. He's from Washington, D.C. on the east coast of America. How are you? Love Washington, D.C. Very interesting place. Bit of drama there, bit of violence on occasions though as well. Jofra is already out of our country. Well, at this point, it looks like he is, yes. Yeah, why not? And he could win. Why not? Can Hasib Hamid score runs? Well, he's going to want to get out the firstborn, the first things, isn't he? Which brought Root in on a hat-trick, but that didn't matter because he scored 180 not out after coming in firstborn on a hat-trick. Imagine if Root got out on a hat-trick. What a different match it would be now. Hugely different. Hugely different. Yeah, Sandy, you're an all-rounder. How old are you again? A long way to go. Vivek Anand Tiwari. So will Steve Smith be leading Australia? I don't think so. I really don't think so. It'll be wrong for him to be brought back into that play. It should be someone like a Curtis Patterson or a Usman Khawaja or a continuation of Tim Payne or a what's his name? Aaron Finch should still be floating around, or even future Jason Sanger. Who'll bowl first today? Anderson, undoubtedly. Your son is still learning cricket, but she's an all-rounder. That's a pretty heavy statement to be an all-rounder already. T20 World Cup top 4 contenders. I feel India, New Zealand, England, and West Indies. Agree. Maybe Pakistan's the only one that can be added to that. Hello, sir. How are you today? Thank you, Somi Backpacker. You've been on before. How are you? Sankita Paul. I thought you were going to unsubscribe. Well, you're back. That's good. Will you make any chance to the third test? Other than Ashwin, not now, because the only possibility was Rahane or Pujara, and they've played their way back in. How can you join live? Well, not today, but in the future. Just send me an email to @Norm Koch, your email address to Norm Koch, either Twitter or preferably Instagram. Good question. Catherine, the Queensland winning Sheffield Shield side, why wouldn't he be there? Yes, they certainly can. Please explain about your collab with Sri Harsha. Is it in your channel? What? Sri Harsha is a person called Sri Harsha, and he's joined with me back in Australia. We've done a lot of things together. We've been very successful together. Had 1 million+ views on a number of occasions. He's a great man, very pleasant man, very, very intelligent. We have a good combination. So I have replied. Okay. I totally agree. Travis Cricket Academy, how are you? Can India score 100 runs? Yeah, I've already mentioned it. Can Saqib Mahmood play? Well, not today, he can, but he may get it. Yeah. Dom Sibley will probably be a nemesis because he's very defensive and he could set the tone very badly. Good luck for India. Thank you, Travis Cricket Academy. Sangeeta Paul, Virat should be out and Surya Kumar in. It's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. Virat Kohli is not going anywhere. The most successful captain ever. 59% winning ratio. Why would you drop him? Prabhanjan, how are you? Jun Shankar now, should India try someone like in third test? No, I don't think so, because Vihari and Agarwal are in front. Chris Wokes might replace Robinson in third test. He may well do so. Yesterday I predicted India were all out for 190. Today, well, you did, but I think let's hope they go more than that, because that won't be enough. Do you think Rahane and Pujara are back in form? Certainly Rahane got 61. Pujara struggled, but he got 45. He's not out. They both have played themselves enough into their position. What could be a good score on a last day Lord's pitch? 220 lead. My 17 cricket friends have subscribed or your channel often after me telling them about your videos. Lakshmi, Vinay, I thank you very much for that. Rishabh Pant is making this match exciting. He certainly is. Albi, Juju, Albi, you're right. This Rishabh Pant, if he was out, there wouldn't be much to look forward to today, would there? Middle order is getting some form in this match. Yes, it could be a bit ominous for the rest of the series if those guys get their act together. But the biggest thing is if India can at least prevent a win and a draw. Norman, tell us something about Chris Vernon and Munchie. What do they do? Well, Chris Vernon, I met him playing. He was playing for the MCC. I think he was a captain of the MCC. I was in the SCG 11. We played in England against them. That's when I met him over 2 years ago. And his father, Reg, I met through Chris, and Munchie's a good friend of the family. So that's how we met. They're involved in business, but bank, mortgage broking, banking, that type of thing. They're both quite successful. And Chris plays cricket a lot with Kent in the lower grades. He's travelled a lot. He's an MCC player, very good opening bat. Tipped against us. Yeah. Well, after what Dom Sibley did against New Zealand, when they frustratingly drew that match, it was pretty odd when he got 60. Kind of saved his position as well. India can win this match, but at the moment it's more likely England will, but India can. Of course they can. Craig Overton will play. Now, I don't know why you always show all these different players playing. Why are you having to mention everybody that's around to play? They can't all play. The likelihood is if Woods are injured, maybe Overton will play. Broad's out for the series, so Anderson can't play all matches, and then the likes of Mahmood will come in. How is Chris Cairns now? Chris Cairns, I haven't heard any more, but he was in ICU. He was on a life support, so that doesn't sound good. I haven't heard any develop on that so far, to be honest. If you guys can find something, tell me. I know when I started to see your cricket because of your videos, and it's an incredible game. Love from Nevada and Los Angeles. Well, Nevada is not in LA, is it? Nevada's its own state. Milky Akash, that's very nice of you, and I'm glad we have a lot of American guests. That's very nice. Sid's joined me.
Hi, Norman.
Hello. We had David Graveney and Chris Vernon gloating yesterday a little bit. I mean, Dave was on the pre and post show. He was very keen.
Nice. Well, it's still even Stevens for me. I don't know the gloating bit, but it's even Stevens for me still.
I mean, isn't it? I mean, you can't get better theatre and more a person who loves this situation than Rishabh Pant.
Yep. Imagine if he scores 50-60 and the tail contributes under 20, another 80 runs, 250, a target on a fifth day Lord's wicket. Not so easy.
No. Really, anything, I'm going to say 220 is enough. It all depends on how long they bat. If they get 50 very quickly and are all out, it doesn't necessarily negate a victory for England because of time. But England, Joe Root's just scored 180 not out. There's every chance he could get out first ball. Look at Rahul. He got 129 but got out really cheaply in the second innings, didn't he? Yep. So it's interesting. I'd love India to win. I really would. There
is now uneven bounce creeping up. That puts Siraj and Bumrah in a very prime position to exploit it.
And Ishant.
Ishant, maybe, but I think the key bowlers for me are Siraj and Bumrah on day 5. Uneven bounce. Those guys, and Siraj in particular, exploited that slope so beautifully in the first innings of the England chase. It was brilliant. Bumrah, if he gets his act together, then he'll be unplayable. It's like that Johannesburg wicket, remember? Uneven bounce, Bumrah was in prime form. He exploited the lengths brilliantly. So now, you got it.
Before we get to India's bowling, we've got to start with India's batting. Now, with Pant there, he's joined by a very long tail. A new ball, a brand new ball will probably be taken from ball 1 this morning, I assume.
Indeed.
Will the England field placing be 3-4 slips, no one deep? What do you think?
I think they'll have to attack. You cannot spread the field then Pant is smart enough. Nowadays, he's smart enough to negotiate the gaps well and get 20-30 runs without even hitting a boundary.
but that's going to only make Punt foam at the lips if he sees no one deep. In fact, if I were England, I would be extremely attacking with short mid-ons and really encroach him and actually force the hand and make him want to attack more, because that could be the undoing of Punt.
Yes, they have to attack him. They can't spread the field out. If they attack him, then they have a chance of getting him out early. But if they spread the field, they say, "Oh, let's just wait for Punt to make a mistake." That's not happening.
Okay, how long do you think it'll take Punt to go over the top and hit a 4?
5th over of the day.
A brand new cricket ball. I tell you what, my experience opened the batting, and I was quite aggressive. Or at least I became aggressive. My favourite time to open the batting was in the very first over or two. Why? Because generally the bowling's not that great, generally, and there are gaps everywhere. You get a ball that's half short, you can pull it, lofted pull, and you'll get 4. The temptation to really give it a whack happens almost in the first over. You can get some very cheap runs in the very first over, a la Hayden and Langer in their day.
But yet again, if the score was 200 and if the lead was 204, then Pant could attack from first ball itself. But it's 154. It's a very middling kind of a situation. If Pant gets out early and India just make another 10-15 runs, that's advantage England. It will have to be a superlative bowling performance from India then to restrict them to under 170.
Well, look at the way Punt batted yesterday. He got 14 off 29 deliveries. No 4s, no 6s. That's highly unusual, isn't it?
Yep, it is. But I think, again, he will be very, very sensible. He may not throw his wicket away. It may take a good ball to get rid of him, maybe. But he won't go slam bang immediately because knowing he has to shepherd the tail.
Unless it's a ball that deserves it.
Yeah, if they get Moeen Ali into the attack, which I don't think so. But if they get him into the attack, then Pant will just go crazy. That's the only time
it's very unlikely that we won't see Moeen Ali for a long time, because they're going to have a brand new ball, and they've got several pace bowlers that can. That is obviously Anderson and Robinson
and Wood,
and both of them, obviously, and Wood as well. Will Wood be fit enough to play this morning? There is some doubt.
Oh,
he was off the ground for a little bit yesterday. He hit his shoulder in an attempted run. I don't think it was a full-on injury. Maybe more of an impact injury.
Yeah,
but Wood put a lot of effort into yesterday's performance. He might be a little bit sore today.
Well, England will need Wood because he was the best bowler on show yesterday, hitting consistently over 90. The ball that he bowled to Rahane was 93 miles an hour. You need Wood today, because if Wood is not there, your major bowler, because Anderson might just keep it tight, but Wood is the bowler that will give you the impact.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Anderson so far in the second innings has not taken a wicket, despite 6 wickets falling. Wood took the reins pretty early. In fact, he came on to replace Robinson very, very quickly and bowled well. He was actually the key to getting Sharma and Rahul out.
Yes.
And that was a clever move by England. They actually realised that perhaps their Anderson and Robinson weren't the answer to get those 2 out, and Wood was, and it proved correct. So, yeah, I think that. Okay, first and foremost, you're suggesting then, who are the England bowlers that will excel today?
It has to be Wood if fit, and Robinson. I can't see anybody else. No one else. Because those are the guys who can bowl to the body of the tail enders, and then they'll just fend it off and get them off. That is the only thing. I don't see Anderson. Anderson might trouble them with swing. Yes, he did it in the first innings, but in the second innings, with the pitch now losing its freshness and now uneven bounce coming into play, I think he will play the restricting role. The damage has to be done by Robinson and Wood.
Interesting. We look. Okay, that's one aspect that I was going to talk about. Go back to yesterday for a moment. and the batting of Pujara and Rahane. Critique them both. Kohli played a bad shot to Curran. He was out. Wasn't a good shot, but he's not going anywhere. So he's out of the equation.
Right.
Rahane got 61. Pujara got 45. Wasn't it? Tell me, what's your critique those two?
Well, if India are in this position of trying to go for a win, I guess it's probably the contributions of those two gentlemen out there. We look too deeply into the numbers when it comes to Pujara and Rahane. But the impact that they can give is overlooked. That's what I again like to say. The impact that they give is overlooked. Pujara, he again negated the swing, he gobbled up deliveries, but he at least stitched a partnership. If you didn't have that partnership, India would be nowhere. I'll again say this. They may undergo a lean patch. They may not score those steady hundreds, which you're all accustomed to. Looking at the situation, looking at the backdrop, that partnership has put India in a kind of a winning position. But if India get all out, they lose their remaining 4 wickets for just 10, 12 runs, doesn't make any sense then.
It's interesting. I gauge a lot of our comments that we get on these shows. They were really at Rahane and Pujara a lot, and to a lesser extent Kohli. Now they're not talking about Pujara and Rahane much at all, but now they're at Kohli again. It's overwhelming. I mean, Kohli to me.
Look, it's like that. It's like that ball tampering scandal that you had to talk about. It's a storm in a teacup, and priorities change.
Oh, it makes a good story. It makes a good story.
It makes a very sensational story. It does. But at the end of the day, if you shared the full video, what was the difference between Sandpaper Gate and Lords? I mean, what they're claiming about ball tampering. Sandpaper Gate had the full footage. So you got caught. Here, the full footage is not available, barring 1 or 2 places.
But Sandpaper Gate was an out and out, deliberate, pre-organised discussion between Warner, Smith, and Bancroft, and probably more, and probably would include Darren Lehman in that conversation.
Yes.
They were all in on it. Okay, they knew full well what they're doing, and it was deliberate and purposeful. It was the most stupidest thing I've ever seen, and Australian cricket has not recovered and will not recover. I'll predict when Australia will recover. You know when they'll recover? When Smith and Warner are no longer playing for Australia. Even though they're great players, every time they walk out to play, opposition teams are going to remind them of that. Crowds will remind them, and even the players within the group will. It's really damaged Australian cricket. Beyond when you have the entire board change from Sutherland to Pat Howard to a lot of other blokes went. Tim Whitaker, the media manager's gone. He went for other reasons, but we won't go into that. Very, very dubious. I won't talk about it. I'm not supposed to, but I know all about that. Yeah. And anyway, the reality is it was a mess. And that all came cracking open when that happened. We're not going to recover until that's gone. And that means the players involved have to have played out their careers, I'm afraid.
I mean, this test match, if you have to look at it, it's gotten spice ever since Bumrah started bowling those no balls to Anderson. That has spiced up the match a lot. And Anderson going after Kohli and Kohli going after.
What happened?
I think the aim was, they were bowling no balls to keep Anderson on strike and get him out very quickly. They didn't want to go after Root. They went after Anderson. Anderson was not impressed with the barrage of short balls and a deliberate no balls. He perceived it that they were bowling deliberate no balls so that I could be on strike a lot more. That was one. So second, then Kohli went after Anderson and Anderson went after Kohli. That spiced up the entire thing a lot. That's the only thing.
I'm sorry. Whenever someone bowls so many no balls, we know what that people start to say, don't you?
Yeah. It's deliberate.
I mean, but back to Malinga, back to a whole range of Sri Lankan bowlers, some Pakistani bowlers, Amir. I'm sorry. Even though if it was deliberate to bowl no balls, that's even more concerning.
But again, the deliberate is a quote-unquote the perception that Anderson had. It's not the perception that has come out in the media.
But hang on,
long
how many no balls did Bumrah bowl?
13. I think in the entire innings of 13.
That's enormous.
Yep. I'll just cross-check it. I don't want to be wrong on this point.
No, but it doesn't matter.
Just
whether it's 10, 11, 12, 13, whatever it is, that's enormous.
Yep. And look, England got a 27-run lead. England got a 27-run lead primarily because of that, if you have to look at it.
No, well, they got a 27-run lead because of Joe Root, for God's sake, 180. Had we got Joe Root out for 80, India would have had a substantial lead.
Yep.
He got 180 not out. He got 109 in the first Test match. You take his 2 innings out of both Test matches, India would be 2-0 up.
Yep.
It's that significant.
Absolutely. It is.
What's the plan? I don't mean, I have never really analysed it, but what is the mode of dismissal that gets Joe Root out the most?
I think Joe Root throws his wicket away in the most inexplicable manner. I mean, he either flicks to square leg. Sometimes you need a fielder there at square leg.
Like Sibley did.
Yeah, that's one. Then second, early on, he may try to fish outside the off-stump early on, maybe just close. If the ball is close to the off-stump, Root does tend to dab it, the edge flies. Those are the 2 things that we have to...
Okay. So I did notice India bowled a lot of balls that were on his leg stump, but they were easy pickings. They didn't tuck him up at all, did they?
Yep,
I reckon going around the wicket to Root every so often to break up the line could be somewhat of a good idea. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, but again, Root doesn't do the shuffle like Smith. So that leg side trap might not work for him. That's one way. Second, he's a good player of the pull shot. So I don't think that works either. But yeah, you can get him around here, around the armpit or the nose area. Get a short leg there. He may just fend it out.
Well, I reckon, I still think they should try to... They should have a third man almost immediately to Root. Why? Because he scores a hell of a lot of runs for that area. A deep wideish third man, because that cuts him off immediately. I mean, I don't know how many fours he hit, but he hit a hell of a lot of fours for that area, didn't he, early on?
Yeah, I'll have to check. Well, I was wrong. Bumrah didn't bowl 13 no balls, 14 no balls, 14, 1-4.
That is alarmingly too many. I'm sorry.
Yep. But the aim was there. I mean, if they wanted to get rid of Anderson and maybe injure him, maybe, we don't know, and put him out of the rest.
Conceding runs to get someone. Oh, it's a very unusual tactic. Really. Yeah. Did you see that guy called Javo69?
Javo, the legend.
He's been caught jumping into diving meets, diving off high boards. He's a what do they call it? A pitch invader, ground invader. It was very.
But again, yeah, it's funny, but it's serious. It's a serious security breach if I had to look at it.
How easy was it?
Yeah.
How easy? He was literally standing amongst the players without anyone near him, and if he wanted to tackle one of the players or hurt one of the players, he had every opportunity to do so.
He could have. But I think he's a nice man. I think he didn't want to do it. He just got up in the occasion.
No, of course, it worked out beautifully. It was very, very funny.
Yeah.
We all laughed, especially when he pointed first to the logo, then to the badge. That was so funny.
Indeed.
And Siraj had a good laugh. I liked seeing Siraj laugh at that. That was funny.
Yeah, that was good.
I would have loved to have had an audio on the players, what the players were saying. They would have laughed their head off.
Indeed.
Where would he got that top from? He obviously went to a lot of trouble.
Indeed. I mean, how did he get that Byju's top? Maybe he must have gotten it signed from maybe a fan site, maybe where the Indian cricket team, they might have auctioned off one of the Byju's cricket fans, maybe.
Because those shirts aren't normally available.
No, not at all. Maybe he might have auctioned it, bought it, yeah. Could be.
In fact, if anyone plagiarized, what's the term for it? Copyrighted or used the imprint of that, it's against the law, actually. But it's intriguing. It was so well done. I mean, he did show his bottom when he first won it, so that was funny. And there's another video floating around of a streaker as well who got on.
Plus, there were instances of throwing cork bottles at the corks at KL Rahul. I mean, it's strange. Jelly beans, corks. I mean, I really don't know what the England fans are doing nowadays.
Well, but Chris Vernon reckons that's been more than 15 to 20 years that they've had all these corks on the field.
Yeah.
He said that's almost every game. So with corks comes
Weird.
a bottle of champagne. Now, if that bottle is glass and you're allowed to bring a glass bottle to the ground, I can't believe that, because at the SCG, you can't bring any glass bottle of any sort into the ground under no circumstances. It's intriguing how in England they let that go. It's intriguing.
I guess only the members are allowed. The general fans are not allowed, perhaps, because they believe that the members behave pretty decently. The rest of the fans behave like apes or somebody who can just throw glass bottles around.
So England have now got all masks off, all routines gone. They're back to normal. Australia, at least Sydney, is now conceding we won't go back to zero. We're not trying to get a zero COVID rating. We've got 470 odd today, which is enormous for Sydney. They're now going to look at they're going to consider the next month to open things up, despite the fact that we've got COVID racing away, and conceding to the fact that we can't stop it. We're going to have to live with it, which I'm happy about, because we can't just be what we are now. In India, what's the story?
I mean, we have about 30 to 35,000 cases a day. I mean, that's far, far lesser than what we had 4 months ago. I guess with the rate of vaccination that's going on, people are now much more open about it. We are not that worried, because in April, May, we didn't get that vaccination. So about 60-70% of the population were like really, really worried about it. Now everybody is getting the vaccinations going at a pretty decent rate. So the fear factor is less, but we are not yet having a clear idea whether we want to live with it, whether we want to flatten the curve, because other nations like Australia have at least talked about flattening the curve. We are not even getting to that stage.
Yeah, but we're in lockdown though. We shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, where I stay, we just have a 1-day lockdown now. That is on Sunday. That's it.
Well,
apart from
thankfully say in 4 days' time, I'm going to have my second shot of Pfizer on Friday.
Same here.
So I'm happy.
Same here. By 17th of August onwards, I can get my second shot. So I have to just wait for the message to come. And after that, let's hope.
Now, Lucifer Johnson said, Norman, are you 80? With this beard, I do look that way. But with a name like Lucifer, I hope that's not your real name. Lucifer's a bit of a worrying name. It's got a certain evil overtones.
Yeah. No, everybody's aged in this time, Norman. You're not the only one.
I certainly have.
Because of
India,
the COVID.
what's this one? Ashik Rattari says, I think if India will meet Pakistan UAE for Test series, they will lose. Well, Pakistan... What was your take on yesterday's match between the West Indies and Pakistan? Did you see that?
I mean, it was typical Pakistan. You suddenly build up a crescendo that, yes, we are in the dominant position, but then you lose, you hang on, you're almost on the verge of winning, but then you drop a couple of catches, and that's it. I mean, I cannot ever imagine, I cannot figure Pakistan out, even after watching them play for 20, 30 years. I still can't figure out Pakistan. At one point
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
I like that predictability. I like that.
But it makes you 20 years older and your heart goes for a toss if you're a Pakistan supporter. It really does. I mean, I'm gunning them to, okay, 17 runs, come on. You can take that last wicket. But then you drop catches, you bowl some bad balls, and that's it. You take some fantastic catches in the middle as well. What? I would not be here if I was a Pakistan supporter. I'll honestly tell you why. Because I would be most of the time recuperating either at the hospital because of high blood pressure or some heart problem.
Don't worry, India give you some heartaches too. Don't worry, they have their moments, but in a very positive way.
We know with India that they will get to the final of every tournament. They just lose in the final. That's it. We know that. We have that assurance. Once you're assured, you're safe. But with Pakistan,
there are plenty of countries that would love to be in that position, though. Plenty of countries would love to be able to say they make the final all the time. This is interesting. Ardash 07 is actually in Spain. Wow.
Oh.
In Spain,
One
it's
of
about
my-
11 a.m. Well, no, what's the time in Spain? It could well be around 10 a.m. in Spain.
Yep, it is. It is. 4.5
Isn't that
hours
incredible?
behind, 10 a.m. Yeah.
Spain now, it's middle of summer. What part of Dutch? I said, where are you in Spain? If you're on the Mediterranean coastline, oh, I would love to be there.
Valencia, wow. Sevilla, one of my, I mean, my bucket country lists. One of my places to go to before I die.
Okay, give me your top 10.
First, New Zealand. Second, Australia. Third, Spain. Fourth, Peru. Fifth, Chile. Sixth, you may find this choice odd. Luxembourg or
That's such a small
Liechtenstein.
place. You can drive through it in an hour.
Brilliant castles, brilliant landscapes. 7, Czech Republic.
Oh,
8,
there's Prague.
yeah,
Oh,
Prague.
that's just...
8,
You know, there was a song about from a group called In Excess, Australian group. It Never Tear Us Apart. Have you ever seen that? Google the song. Never Tear Us Apart. In Excess. INXS.
okay.
Just Google it. Never Tear Us Apart. INXS, and you will see Prague at its best in the film clip.
Wow.
Amazing. All right.
Wow.
8.
Israel.
Oh, great.
For the
place.
history, I have to go there. Then 9th, I would love to go to the Marshall Islands in the Pacific.
Marshall Islands. What
Yeah.
for?
It's pretty. It's in the
Remote.
middle of the Pacific. It's desolate. It's good. I like a bit of loneliness. And the 10th and the final bucket list that I have is South Korea.
I mean, Seoul, Itaewon, and
Oh.
Sedong. Out of those 10 places you just mentioned, I've been to 9 of them.
Wow, lucky you.
I haven't
Lucky
been
you.
to Marshall Islands, but I've been to all the other ones that you mentioned.
Wow,
I told
lucky
you I've been to 103 countries. I'm a real traveller.
Your passport
love
must
it.
be like a dictionary, like a book.
I've actually had 4 passports. That's how old I
Wow.
am. They're all been
Yeah,
pretty
no
full.
Croatia. Yes, Suman. Yeah, I mean no Croatia, but then I
Dubrovnik.
somehow didn't get that in my mind. Maybe because I chose Luxembourg or Liechtenstein. Maybe Croatia didn't appeal to me.
Okay, so I'm in Rumgarth District Chalet. That
Oh,
was
he's
Spain
just trying to pull your leg. Yeah.
Okay. Norman, give him my top 10. Okay. My top 10 places, well, I've been to, or the ones that would like to go to. In terms of going to, I'd still like to go to Central America, like Honduras and Belize and places like that. I haven't been to.
Panama,
I haven't been to
Nicaragua.
Nepal, surprisingly enough. Look, some of the stands, well, Afghanistan not now, of course. Some African countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda would certainly be on my list. Namibia, but I've been to other African countries. Yeah, some of the South Pacific, like Tahiti, Tonga,
Tahiti.
Yeah. Even some of like New Caledonia, which is really, really close, but I've never been to. It takes my fancy. But in terms of my top 10 that I've loved going to, Peru, you mentioned, Bhutan has been a favourite. India certainly is up there with Sri Lanka. I love going to New York in America, USA, that part of New York, America at least. France is one of my favourites. Madagascar. There are a lot of
Well, somebody's asking me about Switzerland. I've been to Switzerland, thankfully. So I've been there.
Not for cricket, though.
Switzerland. Nah, not for cricket. I mean, I was just on a vacation, student holiday. You don't need a visa if you.
There's an Indian guy that actually has a cricket tournament that's played on snow fields in Switzerland. Did you see that?
No.
Google cricket in Switzerland. There's an actual tournament and a lot of incredibly significant players like I don't know whether it's Tendulkar, but a whole like Sehwag and a whole Yuvraj Singh and
the ice cricket thing that happened in Interlaken.
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was an Indian guy.
Been there. Been there. Love that place. So
we have digressed.
Sri Lanka, Thailand, Switzerland, France, Germany. I've been there. Apart from that, I have not been to many places, unfortunately.
So what took you to Sri Lanka? Cricket?
Nidahas Trophy 2018 on assignment.
Which trophy?
The Nidahas Trophy. Remember Dinesh Karthik hitting that last ball 6 against Bangladesh?
Oh,
The
right.
T20 Tri-Series.
Yeah, all right.
India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka.
How did you find Sri Lanka?
Oh, beautiful. One of the best places that I've ever been to.
It is there's a great feeling about it, isn't it?
And I was in Gaul Sea Face. I was put up in Gaul Sea Face. Movenpick Hotel. Life is beautiful.
I've been very lucky. I've stayed in Arjuna's Ranachunga's home on a number of occasions.
Wow.
In his home. Because in fact, once every year we used to go, we spend weeks in his place. One time we spent 6 weeks just in his place.
Wow.
My ex-wife was very close to him. It's a long story.
Yeah.
Having too
Well,
close to him.
Norman, I can be your traveling guide anytime you go.
Norman, come to Kerala. In fact, I haven't actually been to Kerala. I haven't been down the southern part there. I have been to Bangalore, but I haven't been further south. So I like to go there for sure.
I'll be your
One place
guide.
I haven't been is Goa, and the reason why I find that touristy and beach-like. I don't need to go to India to do that.
Kerala is much better than Goa. For the sheer delight, for the massages, for the cuisine, it's 1,000 times better.
Oh, for sure. Okay. All right. We'll return to the cricket now.
Yeah.
Now, we've got some 49 minutes or so till play starts. I'm looking at the commentary from Quick Info and the like. They generally tell us a few things going on. The live report says there's nothing to say that play won't start. It is incredible. When you look at the England score, it was almost 400. It was almost 400.
Yep.
Pretty decent score.
Yes. Yes.
And what
it is.
frustrates me, after the first day's play, India should have got over 400.
Yeah, that collapse yet again will hurt them. That collapse. I told you, in a session, they are prone to collapsing in England. One session, or maybe even 10, 20 minutes, they are prone to collapsing. That has not been arrested since 2011. It happened in 2011, happened in 2014, happened in 2018. It's happening again. In the World Test Championship final, it was a collapse. On the final day, as well as in the first innings, that saw them in that position.
Very frustrating.
Yep, indeed. But yet again, Pujara and Rahane's partnership might have helped them. But if India lose the remaining 4 wickets for 10, 12 runs, it negates all the hard work that they did yesterday. And frankly,
the reality is that they did get a 100-run partnership, and that should not be sneezed at. When Rohit Sharma and Rahul did something similar, we lauded over that, didn't we? We've got to give some credit
again,
to that
Norman,
partnership.
You look at how many runs were scored that day. On day 4, just 181 runs were scored. Does it indicate that the pitch is becoming very difficult to bat on? Because if they score by that rate today, and remember, in Lords previously against New Zealand, when they made 270, the target was 270, I suppose. England didn't go for the win. And I fear that if India make 250, 270, they may not go for the win. That's the England mindset nowadays.
The question is, okay, I'll give you a question here. Currently, India are 154 in front, okay?
Yes, yes.
Now, is that telling us that punt needs to go very early, not first ball, but very early, try to ink out 50 runs, no matter how quickly it takes to get that? Because if they get a score of even, let's just assume 200, okay, lead, you would argue that's not enough. But that could make it very mentally difficult for England because they'll think they've got a chance of winning and may loosen up a little bit and then lose 4 or 5 wickets. It could be 5 for 70 or 5 for 60. And then the match turns completely upside down.
I'll tell you one thing. Okay, let's assume you start, your lunch break is at 5:30 or 2 hours. In 1.5 hours, maybe 1 hour, 15 minutes, 1 hour, 30 minutes, India can make close to 70, 80 runs if Pant and the tail hang in there. That gives you a lead of 230. Insert England in for 20 minutes before lunch. Who knows? 2 wickets down, and then you have 2 full sessions to blast the England batting out. You don't go for the win, but India will have to go for the win. Get them in before one particular session. Don't get them after the lunch break. Oh, you got a 40-minute break. You got time to reset, refocus. That 20 to 25-minute period just before a break, and this time the lunch break. If you can get England's openers in, they'll be so vulnerable. 2 wickets down in 20 minutes, maybe even 3 wickets down. Who knows? You have to get them before a break.
Well, the key in all of that equation you've just given me is Root. Again, going back to the World Test Championship, they had Williamson with Ross Taylor, who just basically knew exactly what to do. That would be arguably the same as, say, Root and Bairstow in the innings that we're about to see. The key is not just to get the first 2 wickets, but to get Root out.
Yes.
Get 4 or 5 wickets out. They need to get 4 or 5.
If Root goes, then it's only a matter of time before India push for the win. Because England will be playing out for a draw then, in that case. Imagine 230 they're chasing on their own home patch. But if Root goes, the batting is so fragile nowadays. They'll go for the draw. They can't go for the win.
It's interesting, though. England don't have Ben Stokes. That's a massive difference because he would be extremely important in this circumstance. They do have Sam Curran, though. Not Butler, not relying on Butler or Ali. I'm saying Sam Curran. He got out pretty cheaply in the first. Got out for reductively in the first.
Yep.
If he approaches it like a punt, that could be a game changer too.
Yes.
And he did that he almost won that match in India, wasn't it? Where he got, was it 90?
Yeah, 95. Pune ODI.
That was pretty amazing. He did a very good job in that. So that's the other equation we need to take. They need to get Root and Bairstow out and get them. And that means the 3 before them as well. They need to take 5 wickets, not just 2. They need to get 5 and quickly. Under 60, 70 runs, that will turn the match right on its head.
Indeed.
That's exciting. It really is.
But for that, you have to score pretty quickly and hope the Indian tail hangs in. The Indian tail has not hung in for a long time.
What do you mean? Last Test match, the other 278. What are you talking about?
But that was a fluke. You go to the rest of the remaining 4-5 tests in the Sena countries, if you have to look at it. They haven't hung in. They haven't. The World Test Championship, where did the tail hang in? They didn't. It was the inability of the tail that ensured New Zealand got the lead. The New Zealand tail batted brilliantly and gave them that 32-run lead.
But the thing about that New Zealand match against India with the World Test Championship was that New Zealand had the opportunity to hone their skills in England by having 2 matches against England beforehand. In this particular case, India have already played a Test match and the World Test Championship for that matter, and now they're into their 3rd match. They've been around England for a while now. They're a little bit more prepared to take on the conditions, as has Rahul and Sharma when they batted in the first innings. So
Indeed.
I think Kohli's a pretty quick learner. I think they've shown a lot of evidence to me that there's a lot more gumption, there's a lot more effort going to be put into this performance, and really, it all comes down to punt and alternatively Root. And Root's done it already twice. Can he do it a 3rd time in the 2 matches? Incredible.
Can he do an Ian Bell like what he did to the Aussies in 2013? He was the key factor in that series.
And if you look at the way that in Root's academy, this spin academy, this sweeping academy that he has, where he practices a sweep shot about 20,000 times. Haven't seen him play the sweep that much, but intriguing, isn't it? He's the most prepared player against an Indian bowling attack you've ever seen.
Yep. But I think the conditions here, if Ashwin and Jadeja were there, then he would employ the sweep a lot more. I think with Jadeja, it becomes a bit difficult to employ the sweep because of his quicker trajectory. That's why. So, yes, Jadeja might be a factor.
So go on. Tell me go through the bowling of India. You didn't say Bumrah, you said more who?
Siraj, Bumrah, and if Jadeja can exploit the rough patches, then maybe Jadeja also. But I think the 2 key bowlers will be Bumrah and Siraj because of that uneven bounce factor. Both can exploit it brilliantly, and Siraj especially got the ball to duck back in from the slope brilliantly. He had
Oh,
Robinson all over
he
the
was so
place.
dynamic, wasn't he? He was so dynamic when
Yeah,
he took Hamid. It was on a hat trick, for God's sake.
yeah.
Imagine if he got Root out on that hat trick ball. Imagine.
Again, that
180 runs
umpire's
immediately less. India would have won the match.
yeah. Again, that dodgy umpire's call. I mean, I just cannot make sense of that umpire's call thing. If it's even hitting or even clipping the bail, it's out. It should be out. Common sense dictates you should do away with the umpire's call. That is the one thing that I've always stressed in the DRS thing. If it's hitting or even just clipping the stumps, doesn't matter. The ball percentage, it's just clipping or hitting. It has to be out. It cannot be umpire's call. That's ridiculous. That's the only flaw that I have with the DRS. That umpire's call thing should go. Then it will make the game even more interesting.
There's a joke around saying that there should be a DRS school for all the captains. They should all be made to attend and practice there, because they always look completely in a huge amount of confusion.
I don't know which is the best team in the world for the DRS. I think England was, but
New Zealand
definitely
pretty good.
New Zealand, yeah, kind of. But I think Australia and India are definitely at the bottom. They don't know how to use the DRS.
Oh my God! I mean, it comes down to Tim Payne's also the keeper and captain, so he's doubly loaded. But Punt, you can't rely on him. He doesn't know what he's always going to go, yes, go for it. We know Siraj will. And what Root and Bairstow, like we're talking about, Broad always thinks he's got him out. He always thinks he's out. It's hilarious.
Yeah, but I think he's right most of the time, Broad. I think he's right. He knows because he doesn't look back at the umpire for an LBW. He just charges ahead because he knows he's got him out. But yeah, Broad's missing in the series, so big blow.
It is, because I think it's a combination of Anderson and Broad that's successful. It's not just Anderson and Broad singularly; it's their combination that works well. They seem to feed off each other. So, and even in this match, Mark Wood came into the fore and he did well with 2 wickets. You would argue they didn't do well while Pujara and Rahane were batting, because it took a long time to get those 2 out. Yep. So Broad may have added to that equation. The Pujara and Rahane are in for the rest of the Test series now, I think.
Yes, but again, we don't know what is going to be the situation if India lose this Test match. If it happens, that is.
Do you think that they will drop either Rahane or Pujara if they lose the match? Honestly,
either one of them.
You think so?
The axe might fall on Pujara, not on Rahane.
You really think so?
Yes, because they may want to get in Vihari. They may want to get in Agarwal or Shaw. Surya Kumar Yadav. We always forget about Surya Kumar Yadav.
He can't. They can't put Sky in front of Agarwal, Vihari, and probably Shaw.
Yeah.
I think he's
You have to get
Vihari
after that. Yeah, you have to get Vihari in because he's more solid. He's like Pujara assembly line. Vihari is just after that. So maybe that might help.
So I know very little about Eswaran. He's on this tour and was picked quite early on as a replacement opening batter. Why haven't they considered him? Is he good enough?
Well, again, I think what has happened is if Rahul had failed the first 2 tests, then maybe Ishwaran would have come in. But since Rahul has succeeded...
Now talk to me about Eswaran. What do you know of his batting? Tell me about his batting. What sort of batsman is he?
Abhimanyu Ishwaran, he plays for Kerala in one of the Ranji teams there. He's had a pretty good tournament. Domestically, he's been in great form over the past couple of years.
Is he a stroke maker or is he a defensive?
He's a stroke maker. He's a stroke maker. He's in the KKR team, by the way. Kolkata Knight Riders, Abhimanyu Ishwaran. So he's a stroke maker. He's pretty solid. He's really, really good in that sense. So he came on the back of some very good performances in the limited overs and in the Ranji Trophy and in the limited overs trophy. Because remember, we didn't have a first-class season this year because of COVID. In the limited overs circuit, he was very good. He could attack. He could also defend well. That's the basis upon which he's in the squad. Abhimanyu Ishwaran can be an opener, can be a number 3 as well. But since Pujara has done, Rahul has done well as an opener, that has kind of closed the door for Ishwaran for the time being.
But Rahul, was he in front of Ishwaran in the selection process, or Was he in front of them for the opening position?
Yes, yes, apparently he was, because they needed a lot of solidity at the top. So that's why I think he was ahead. Because you needed experience in England. Ishwaran didn't have that experience.
Right.
That's the problem.
Gee, I mean, it's almost like Rahul they forgot about him somewhat.
Yeah. But again, see, Ishwaran has an average of 47 in first class cricket, 49 in List A, and 33 in T20s. So it's not as he's a mug with that, but I think the experience factor went against Ishwaran this time. And plus the COVID situation, I think he was one of the ones who got affected by COVID prior to the build-up. So that might also dent his chances a bit.
So what do you think about the supposed urging of Kohli and even Sharma to get the batters off the field to protest against the law? What were your thoughts about that?
I didn't get you, Norman.
Well, there's a lot of discussion, animation about Kohli and also Sharma urging the batters in the middle to come off the field when the light was deemed to be not so good.
The light, yeah. But again, that decision has gone, right, from the players. It's now the umpire's discretion according to the playing conditions. So
there's the light, Mehdi, yes, but they can prompt it. They can prompt it. They can bring it to the attention of the umpires. They can go to the umpires, I can't see the ball. Then the umpire is forced to check.
Yeah, the players would have. But again, it is the discretion of the umpires, because the light meter is just one indicator. It's a benchmark.
Oh, no, I
they
know
can't
that,
go beyond the benchmark. So,
no, but the players could have hammered them by saying, "Oh, I can't see the ball well now. What's the light going on?" You could prompt the umpire.
Is it fair? Is it ethically fair? Is it?
Well, it happens all the time.
Again, in this bad light situation, I again say, play with a different ball. Play with the pink ball. You eliminate all these kind of situations if you are flexible enough to play with the pink ball. You're flexible enough to do it. Why can't the ICC be flexible enough for it? You will avoid these kind of situations wherein you rely on human judgment. For me, if I look at the ground, I mean, see, we all know, Norman, that when you look at the TV, the situation at the ground is enhanced 10 times because of the technology that they use. But the ground will be incredibly dark. So the viewer, the umpire, he's bound by benchmarks. He's bound by the playing conditions. What do you do? So avoid that. Play with the pink ball. The pink ball is suited for day-night cricket. Why don't you play with that?
So are you suggesting they change the ball, like bring on a new ball altogether?
Yes. It adds such a different dimension to it. I mean, you can't complain about batsmen's techniques and all that. I'm sorry, boss. You're stuffed up. You've got all the equipment. The pitch is the same. The ball will just swing around a lot more. Get your technique into operation. That's what you're batted for. That's what you've done so many years of practice for. Do it.
It'll be a first that a ball changes colour in an innings.
It'll be so much intriguing, isn't it? It adds a new dimension. I mean, in cricket, my primary gripe has always been you've always you've shown your cards, you've shown your deck. It's now an execution of skill. Hide those cards. For example, as I said in the previous show, don't show the pitch. When the toss is done, then show the pitch. And then, what have I done with my team combination? I just don't know. It can happen in so many ways. Don't show the pitch. When there is bad light, play with the pink ball. For crying out loud, play it. You've gotten that ball for use. Why just keep it only for a specific test match?
It's interesting. Well, then why don't you go to the white ball then? If you're going to the pink ball.
No, you're playing with the whites.
No, so I know. I'm just being flippant.
Will be an issue.
No, but you could also change the clothing. If you're going to change the ball, you can also change the entire outfit. No. Look, what concerns me is in England, they don't seem to start matches earlier. In Australia, we inevitably start matches earlier where possible. England don't seem to do that at all. They'll play later.
I know. Yeah. That's the problem. It's like they start on time, but then they will extend the playing sessions for the second and the third session. That's the problem.
So in India, do they start matches early? In a test?
they start at 9:30, but they'll extend the second and final session. It happens only in Australia, where you start the play before.
Interesting, isn't it? I guess the television broadcasters dictate all of that.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it's almost squarely on their shoulders. All right, we've got some half an hour to go. We would normally be thinking about tosses, but there's no toss, obviously.
Yeah.
But look, 150. Let's. I'm being flippant now, but worst case scenario, 154 is the total. You think England should win, but actually, there's no guarantee that that's a winnable. That we've got to remember that 154 is still a lot of runs. If you're 5 or 6 down for 50, that 150 looks a long way away.
Look, India couldn't chase 184 in Edgbaston 3 years earlier. 184, the pitch is uneven. You can still get swing. You can still get bounce. A target of 200, 220, it should be enough. Honestly, if you're looking at it. Honestly.
It's also the way that India get these runs this morning. It's going to be interesting. You're talking about momentum, because the momentum is in England's favour at the moment, I'm afraid. To arrest their momentum mentally, Punt has to go out there and score whatever he does, 50-odd, in incredible, emphatic style, frustrate the English players enormously. They go off the wicket in a huff, because that'll put more pressure on them as well. And India will be buoyant. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see Shami and Bumrah popping the ball to a short mid-on, and then looking disgusted, embarrassed, and England laughing as they walk off the field. Does that make sense to you? That mindset is also set by the most uncanny moments. Punt goes out there and scores 4-4, 6-6, 4-4, 4-4, 4-6, and then Shami scores 6-6, and Bumrah 6-6. They get all out, but that attitude is what I want to see. You think back to when Shami broke his arm. That was in Adelaide, wasn't it?
Adelaide, yeah.
That end was the momentum was just dragged away from India, and they got out. It was a horrific momentum shift. Even bloody Joe Burns got 50 not out after they scored those. Despite being he no longer will play Test cricket ever again towards the end of the match series, and Indian players excelled. He scored. It was the most bizarre momentum shift, and that's what I'm getting at. Maybe Punt needs to be ultra aggressive in a way which says, "Right, guys, come and get us, because we're coming at you." I think that's the way. And Kohli goes out to the field and really gets stuck into the England batsman. Really bowls a lot of short stuff that really comes like Bumrah goes nuts. I think that would be interesting to see, don't you?
Yep. They have to
that aggression.
Yeah, they have to get that in swing working, because you've seen most of the wickets that have fallen, the in swing and around that off-stump channel. That's where the wickets have fallen. Most of them. You have to get the in swing going, get that slope to good use. But for that, India will have to score at least another 40 to 50 runs.
And that's not impossible. It's not impossible. They are 6 down. And England go boom, boom with a new ball. They're 8 down pretty quickly. At that 40 starts to look a long way away. I know, but okay. Remember, recently England have stumbled while chasing at home, so India will be happy with 200%. They want more than that, but yeah, the fact is, England don't have all the best of luck on at Lords. They tend to lose matches there, so that's another negativity on the thought process as well. Very interesting.
Yep. I don't think. I think when was the last time they won in Lords? 2013, I suppose. That was the last time they won in Lords.
Amjad Mir said hi about 50 times. Hi. Oh. All 4 wickets have fallen towards the end of the day. India will benefit from taking the game deep. I think so. They can be thankful for this situation, really. But bloody Root, in the both Test matches, he's really been the stumbling block. He scored 300 runs in both matches collectively.
But he's due for a failure. He is due for a failure. It might happen.
But he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that, though. He against Sri Lanka, he scored double century after double century. Did he score 2 in a row?
Yes, he did. He hit 3, if I'm not mistaken. He hit.
I think it was 3, actually.
3. 218 he hit against India in Chennai. I think he hit a double. He hit 100, then he hit a double again. That was his purple patch. After that, he just struggled.
He's made up for it now, though. He scored against New Zealand. He didn't get any runs, did he?
No, he didn't.
No.
He went very cheaply against New Zealand because New Zealand have found a way how to get him out.
Well, how did he get it? Let's dissect. How did New Zealand get Root out in the first two matches?
Well, in Edgbaston, he tried to cut, got an edge. Ejaz Patel got him out. Then it was the Bolt Saudi combine in Lords and Edgbaston, you can say that. The first innings in particular. Root, I think he has trouble with that incoming delivery. That's the thing. If you get that incoming delivery on target, he struggles.
Well, we couldn't have got him in a better situation than in the first innings when he came in on a hat-trick ball, for God's sake. That was...
Yeah, I know.
Can you believe... I don't think I've seen too many batsmen come in on a hat-trick delivery, no matter how good they are, and be 180 not out. In fact, I'd argue that there's never been a batsman come in a hat-trick delivery and then score big.
Yep, indeed. I mean,
that's pretty rare.
I mean, Root is, as I told you, Root is a genius in this way. So he's averaging 57 in India against India for a reason. So he knows how to play against them.
I'd say India's one of his favourite teams to play against. I don't think he really likes playing against Australia.
No, I mean, that's the worst part. In Australia, he's got 6 50s. And all those 50s have been in the range of 70 to 80. Some in the 90s. I mean, what is prompting Root to not hit a century in Australia where it suits his style of play? I mean, the true bounce, he can play his strokes more freely. I just don't know. Maybe the Aussies get stuck into him a lot more there. That's why a lapse in concentration.
It is interesting, though, because he has the thing about Australia. He doesn't like. I'm pretty sure he has a problem with Australia, whereas he feels more comfortable against India. And Moeen Ali is also a man that can spark like this. Moeen Ali can do a bit of a punch as well. He can be quite aggressive. I remember in India, he wasn't in one match he did well. He scored some. Was it a 40 or 50? Did he score?
Yeah, 40 in a T20. In a T20, he did score. Yeah.
I mean, okay, different code, but still the attitude was there.
Yeah, so he can, but then again, in a pressure situation, chasing potentially over 200, you don't know. I mean, how bad it is. I mean, India's bowling is much more powerful now than it was 20 years ago. So even if it was 200, you still would back England to chase 20 years earlier, but not now, especially with the conditions in England at this point in time.
Actually, Jadeja could be a bit of a bogey too. He could be someone who could actually pull something out. He tends to be quite successful.
Hope so. Because that slider that Amaresh is talking about, yes, it can happen. It can happen. Because if you look at the tests in Ahmedabad, it was Akshar who got rid of Joe Root. If you have to look at it in that way.
Yeah, they're going to rue not having Ashwin. I think. I mean, they couldn't have had. I mean, Chris Vernon and I talked last night. He was quite adamant that, in his opinion, the selections were right that India made. They learnt from their World Test Championship, and I have to agree with him. I think the Indian selections have been pretty damn good. Hence, they went very close to winning the first Test match and have done pretty well in this one. It's somewhat of an irritation that they haven't won, because really, India could easily have been 2-0 up in this series. Easily.
Yep. They would have. They could have. But yet again, the rain, you again don't know what would have happened if India have a 5 down or 6 down and you still needed another 118 runs to win. So you don't know what would have happened.
I'm just trying to get a bit of a gauge.
I'm just looking at the dismissals. He was out LBW in the Ahmedabad test. In all the 4 innings that he played in Ahmedabad, he was out LBW. And who got him out? It was Ashwin and Akshar Patel.
And neither of them are here.
Yep. Ashwin, in fact, has a great record against the Fab 3, if you have to look at it. He's gotten Williamson out the most times. He has also accounted for Steve Smith a lot of times. And even Joe Root.
Did you see? I mean, I love watching body language and stands of players. He was like not happy sitting there watching. It was like he was ready to get out of his seat and just run. It almost looked like he was going to say, "Right, guys, move out of the way. I'm getting on the field. I'm going to do a Javo. I'm going to be on the field now." And like,
Yep, indeed. It's like I don't know what is the problem that they are having with Ashwin not playing. I mean, it's really, really guy. He's gotten 400 wickets. Does anybody leave out a player who's gotten 400 Test wickets that easily? It can
No.
happen only in India, I suppose.
Well, after that, the World Test Championship really made them look at that situation very heavily. And as we heard Kohli say that the template of the team has been decided. He called it a template, and that didn't include Ashwin on these first 2 tests.
That's
Now,
very
they're
strange.
showing the
That's very
they're
strange.
showing the ground, and it's again extremely overcast. Extremely overcast.
Bad light could come into play later on if it remains this way. Bad light could come into play.
And
For the
they had
second straight time, you might have one of the conditions which might become a big talking point. You might have it. Can you be flexible? Supposing you have 1 hour of play left. Supposing the light has gone down to such an extent, 30 runs are needed by England, and India need a wicket or 2. Will the flexibility happen there? That's what I want to know.
So Mookie has said 8 overs are lost. We will only have 90 overs today. On the last day's play, or on most test days, you can have 98 overs, I believe.
Yeah.
On the last day, I'm not sure anything other than the fact that you can bowl 15 overs in the last hour of play.
Yep, you can.
So does that mean...
Or if you are thinking that 15 overs, you can get a result out of it. Only then.
But how many overs? They bowled 98 or 90 on the last day? Is he right, Mookie, what he's saying? They lose 8 overs?
Did we go off early on any of the days? Did we go off really early? Say, for example, an hour or so before? I don't think so. So I think he is right. We'll have only 90 overs. He will not have 98 overs because rain, whatever happened, it was very minimal. It was made up on all the days. So I think only 90 overs will be bowled today. We didn't go for unusually long periods of time.
Okay. Amar Singh, who's a very learned fellow, he's also a member of the group. The bad news is the rough is mostly on the leg side of right-handers, not much in the middle of the pitch. Of course, that could change as the game progresses. I don't think the pitches are going to play much of an indicator in terms of spin. It's going to be simply uneven bounce, which will be the factor more than spin.
Yep.
That's my thoughts. What do you think?
Yep. It will be that uneven bounce because now the Lord's wicket has become a bit of a up and down situation. That's why Siraj and Bumrah will be the key because they can exploit an uneven bounce brilliantly. That is the thing. Again, the problem with Siraj is that he's going for wickets all the time, but he's also leaking runs. I mean, in that hat-trick session, which was almost there, after that, when Bairstow and Root settled in one session, they gave away 97 runs. That was because they were going for wickets, but they were not having their lengths properly. That's the one problem that I feel with Siraj. He always goes for wickets, but he tends to leak runs. Pretty good attitude to have, but when you are trying to defend 220, 230, maybe a change of attitude, maybe.
It'll be interesting to see Punt surviving for a while, getting 30 or 40 runs, then reaching 200, and then Punt will probably naturally start to accelerate. He'll go even more crazy. And that's when then things will hot up, I think.
He has to survive at least 5-6 overs because he's playing with the tail. That's why he'll have to shepherd them. When he gets his eye in, then go for it. Because in 5-6 overs, even if you hit 10 to 12 runs, even if you hit about 15 runs, you at least reach 170, then you can at least go for the kill. So and go past 200, 230.
Let's ask a few questions. What can India's target to be safe? Well, we already said 220 would be around the mark.
Yeah.
Ashwin's the players he can put England in trouble. It's too late now because he's not playing. His Punt will play well in this day. Let's hope he does. I think India should play Ashwin's, irrespective because he's not our conditions bowler.
Agree.
Kind of agree.
Totally agree.
It would help if Kohli can win a toss for a change. It's almost frustrating. We don't get the best things at once. Well, both Test matches, they've been in India's favour despite not winning the toss. The first innings of the first match, Root's team got 180 on. They played badly. In this match, India got 273 for 3 or whatever it was, 276 for 3. They did really well. So the toss became irrelevant because they actually seized it from the toss winner to do well. England win this game. They have favourable conditions, even if Punt scores 50 or more. It really looks overcast out there. It really looks overcast. That doesn't mean it's in favour of England at all. If India were batting last, it may be right.
Yep. Then it would have been a problem, yes.
Do you think Ashwin's going to be in the third test?
He'll have to be there. He'll have to be there.
Then what will happen? Will they drop Ishant Sharma, or will they put Jadeja losing position? What will happen?
If India take a 1-0 lead, then they can afford to drop Ishant and get an Ashwin. But then again, will you play Bumrah for all the 5 tests?
No.
Let's not be surprised if Bumrah gets an axe either for the 3rd or the 4th test. Let's not be surprised in that sense.
I think Bumrah's more likely to finish up towards the end rather than a gap in the middle. Because once he has a break, he may not be ready to come back so readily. He may need to continue to play and then stop playing at the last match.
Catch-22 situation, isn't it? It's a catch-22 situation. You can't rest Bumrah for a longer period of time, but if you don't rest him, you risk injury. What do you do?
Yeah, he's more. If they were to go 2-1 up and the last test was on, you could get him out there. They've got to win matches with him and not just draw matches with him. They've got to win matches with him.
Win matches with him.
For God's sake, he got 9 wickets in the first test match. He did everything he possibly could to win that match.
One of our commentators, Arun Singh, is saying you can replace Pujara for Ashwin. He can bat and bowl, especially under pressure. Ooh, ouch. Really,
that's not exactly a bad thing. Not exactly. He could elevate Jadeja on the batting order. He's worthy.
But look, I mean, as I said, our fickleness and our real obsession for numbers tends to cloud our judgment over Pujara. I mean, Pujara and Rahane. I'm not just saying only Rahane. Pujara and Rahane. They are responsible for putting India in this kind of an almost winning position. So, dropping Pujara, I mean, this guy helped you win a series in Australia. He didn't score big runs, but he ground the Aussies out. Yes, he struggled against New Zealand. I will admit that among all the Sena countries, he's really struggled against New Zealand because they worked him out. But against England, if India win, will you drop Pujara? I don't think so. You can't afford to.
No. I mean, the thing is, Tahari's not going to come in. I don't think they're going to change any batting lineup. Shardul was meant to be selected in this match by the Sounds. He was only taken out because he was technically injured. So Ishant Sharma got another chance because of that. In fact, so that tells me that Ishant Sharma was ahead of Ashwin in selection for the test.
So that means if the Indian think tank is what it is assuming, there may be a rotation of only pace bowlers. So if Shardul is fit for Leeds, he will come back and replace Ishant. Because Shardul will also give you the batting depth, if you have to look at it. But batting depth, if you compare it with Ashwin, it's almost the same. Only thing is you're playing 4 pacers.
I would like to know, in all honesty, the relationship of Ashwin and Kohli, or Ashwin with Shastri and Kohli. Do they have a good relationship?
Well, if I have to really be honest about it, there is no speculation or no reports in the media which say that Ashwin does not have a good relationship with Kohli and Shastri. There is nothing of that sort. Ashwin has maintained cordial relations. He's not in the news for not being a team player as such. So, if that is the case, then we assume that the relationship is good. I think Ashwin understands the team dynamics, but he is frustrated like he's not getting a chance more, because who has gotten root out the most in this current Indian team? It's Ashwin.
I argue, and I don't know, but I argue the fact that Ashwin, I don't think he's a very headstrong fellow. Okay? Ashwin's a very headstrong fellow. Yep. So is Kohli. Arguably, it's impossible to ever imagine that they truly are best of buddies. That there be a healthy relationship, a professional relationship, but deep down there'd be a little bit of friction there that where I can't see it. I'm looking at Ashwin sitting on the sideline by himself. He looks overwhelmingly upset and frustrated.
Yeah.
So when the selection panel said, "Okay, Ashwin," which would have included Kohli and Shastri, they would have gone, "Ashwin, we're not playing you." He would have said boomingly, "Why?"
Yep. It's strange. I mean,
Do you understand what I mean?
yeah, I can understand the clash of egos, the clash of personality, maybe.
Well,
But
when Kohli says the template that he has after the first test was what he wanted to have, when he talks about a template, he's talking about positional matters. How many bowlers, how many spin bowlers, how many batsmen, etc., etc. He would have been probably pivotal to get Rahul in the opening spot, I would
Yep.
argue.
Yep.
He was pivotal to get Siraj in the team, no doubt.
Yep.
Pivotal to not have Ashwin in the side as well.
Yeah.
So I don't want to create a rumor, but I'd be surprised if they are like coffee buddies. Does that make sense?
Yep. It does make sense. Yes.
And even when I noticed them, even in Australia, the dynamics of getting on and off buses and what have you, Ashwin was always virtually last with his family, and Kohli was almost always first. And there wasn't a lot of, I saw very little interaction. I saw almost no interaction between them. Now, I find that a little bit strange, not necessarily bad, but a little bit two strong characters going their own way without really, like a Rahane or a Pujara would be in Kohli's ear all the time. I know Rohit Sharma's had issues too, but I've got a feeling there's more that meets the eye with Ashwin's non-selection. I really do. I really think you could argue quite strongly that he should be in the side. I argued that he wouldn't be. I argued that Jadeja would be, and I was right. But I would also argue that Ashwin's presence, even this fact that he's got his own YouTube channel when no one else is even allowed to, how come Ashwin's got his own YouTube channel and no one else has got one?
Yeah.
Explain that to me.
Yeah, that's a very perplexing thing. I mean, looking at how the BCCI's media guidelines are, I mean, you can't be that open about it. He's got one.
Well, Ashwin's obviously quite strong and quite a good negotiator, or very, domineering, because he's got one. He has said, "Buggy, I've got one." I'm sure the BCCI said, "No hope in hell of you getting a YouTube site," but he's got one and he's on it every day during matches and all sorts of things. And he talks. But again, all sorts of
even in the Australia series, many of the BCCI backroom staff also came for his interviews. Either they may have relaxed it, because remember in the Brisbane Test, in the aftermath, they did have interactions with Bharat Arun, with Vikram Rathore, with others.
Yeah, but it was BCCI controlled.
Yeah,
Ashwin's the only one that Ashwin's channel is not BCCI controlled. No way.
No,
there's not a single iota of evidence anywhere on it. So what I'm getting at is,
look at the situation. I mean, just before this, the Mankading thing. He said he will have an interaction with Ricky Ponting. Ponting was not happy with the Mankading thing, but Ashwin insisted that he will do it. See, that's where. Right. Can you imagine anybody going head-to-head with Ricky Ponting?
Saver say Niaka's pretty right though. Let's forget about Ashwin for now, because he's on the team.
He's on.
He's got no influence on the
whole series.
Yeah. He's not going to influence his match at all.
Yep, and he may not be in the whole series. Yeah.
Ashwin's wife is social active. Okay, that's true. Amaresh Singh, he talks about a match only after it's over and doesn't give out any inside information. He's focused most. No, fine, but still, he shouldn't have a channel. But then why is it the only? Okay, well, last word on this. The BCCI would have urged him not to have it, I'm pretty sure, because he's the only one that's got it. Intrigues me. That's all. Surya Kumar Yadav is there at Lords. Do you think either Pujara or Art would be rested? I don't know whether Surya Kumar Yadav's just not going to go straight into the side.
Difficult, so. Very difficult, very difficult.
They've got too many players.
They came at Lords. I mean, for Bharat's information, they came there at Lords because their quarantine ended. So they had to link up with the Indian team at that time. Otherwise, they were not going to be in contention either for the Lords Test, and I don't think they might be in contention even for the Leeds Test. We don't know.
Well, there is 8 or 9 days between the test matches. There's
9
a fair
days.
gap,
9 days.
which is good.
Yep.
We must be very close to starting. There's no word that this Ruth Strauss thing is still going on with 5 minutes to go. I'm just curious whether that's the crowd's there, but they're not huge. They've all got jackets on, which is unusual. I'm assuming the place there's people clapping, which means players must be entering the fields now.
Yeah. Yeah, today it's going to be totally cloudy. I don't see anything.
Shardul Thakur will probably, and Ashwin will be considered for the next test match for sure.
Yeah. But they're saying that there could be a slight chance of delay in the second session. 14% chances of rain. If I answer Ayan Malik's question. Second session, 14% might be a slight drizzle, but not overtly enough to delay play, I suppose.
Look, the first session is going to be everything, because if India get a decent score, then it's going to bring a lot more pressure on England. So that's the first thing. If India bundle out for 30 in the first 20 minutes, half an hour, whatever, then, we're going to be seeing a lot more pressure on India, actually. So that's where the matches, they don't even, do they need 3? They need a full day, they do, but overcast conditions, wickets can fall extremely quickly. Extremely quickly. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned Siraj. I think he's somebody who's got that spark about him, certainly, hasn't he? And Punt will be in their ear. Boy, Punt will be giving it to them. Would India, do you think India will be happy with a draw?
No, absolutely not. You are in a position to win. You've gotten your bowlers to do all the hard work. Or 4 days, you can take 20 wickets. If you end up with a draw in this, it's a psychological defeat for you. You have to go for the win. You don't get a chance to win often at Lords. Go for it. If they end up with a draw, I'm sorry, boss. Then it's a psychological defeat for India if that happens. If it rains and whole sessions are washed out, it's your bad luck. Then you can't do anything about it. But if this test is drawn because they couldn't take 10 wickets, then I'm sorry. It's a psychological defeat for you heading into Leeds. Can't happen.
We know how Punt's going to take it on. He's going to take it on front on. He's going to try and attack. But I'm going to be interested to see how England approaches it, whether they become ultra defensive. That's where it'll become very interesting. If they're in fear of losing, they'll go defensive, and then that could actually play against them. So we've got 3 minutes before the start of the match. You want to have lunch and go back to work? Do you, Sid? Is that what you said?
Yep. Got to go back.
All right. What's your take on the day? Give me 30 seconds to a minute of your update of the day.
A target of 220 is ideal. Get England in before the lunch break. Go for it. Take 10 wickets in 2 sessions. It can
2 and a bit sessions.
Yep. 2 and a bit sessions. But you have to get them before, say, 20 minutes before lunch, 30 minutes before lunch.
2 before, 2 after.
Yes.
Oh, boy. So Rishabh Pant's out in the middle now. Things are starting on time, it looks like. Pant's there with Ishant Sharma, who's a gutsy person. We know that.
Yep.
All right. We'll bid you farewell on the start. We've got 2 minutes before play. Thank you, Sid, for being here. It's been a wonderful session. We've had about 8,000 people watching so far, so pretty heavy numbers. All right. So thanks to you, Sid. You've kept me in amongst it. I haven't been just by myself, which is great. But we'll get more people. Yeah. I'm going to stay on. I'm going to watch the first few overs with people listening. I like that. Become a virtual commentator.
Absolutely.
All right, Sid.
Yep.
Let's see how it go. If India win, I'm expecting you thereafter.
Today, let's see.
Let's see. All right. All the best, Sid. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for joining us. So much, Norman. Bye.
All right. Me and 7,999 people. All right, Sid.
Pleasure,
all the best.
pleasure.
We're about to start now, so off we go. Thank you.
Enjoy the game. Bye.
Thanks, Sid. We should all, thanks, Sid. He's a very intelligent man, knows his cricket, very wise indeed. I'm going to be here for a bit longer. With India being 6 for 181 and Punt going, I can't wait to watch it with you. Let's watch it, huh? Yeah, I've had about 8,000 people so far watching. Pretty good numbers. But that's typical of the last day. We had 40,000, 60,000 the last end of the first day. We had close to 40, close to 21, 39 to 21, but 60,000 watching the last day of the first test. So 8,000's a bit less, but still great. Amrish Singh, he is a great man. Okay, I'm tuning in to you today, okay? All right, Amrish Singh, you're going to be there with me. Take it away. We're going to watch the bowl here. There we have a punt playing rather cautiously through to a point area there off Anderson. Anderson starting off, and he's starting off around the wicket, which is a tactic in itself. Very exciting. Anderson has not taken a wicket in the second inning so far. So this is interesting. Not often you see Anderson be in an England bowling lineup where there's where the opposition is 6 down, he hasn't taken a wicket. That's a bit unusual. Well, Wood factors today. Wood has been injured ever so slightly, perhaps in the first innings, in yesterday's play. Well, Punt's looking very composed, very cautious early on. He's going to take his time a little bit here. It'll be very interesting to see what happens. Well, they're still using the old ball as far as I can see. I don't think they've taken the new ball just as yet. I didn't see any signal of a new ball. Have a look at the ball. I don't think the new ball's been taken. I'm not sure. It's a relatively, standard fielding business. By no means, yes, so I know it is live. I'm here from almost the start. Channel Gratchman. That ball. I'm just wondering whether that ball is a new ball. Can I get that confirmed? Because it's saying 82.3 overs. They didn't mention new ball because they did start the over in the middle. They may wait till the end of this over, give them a bit of a warm up. That looks a pretty new ball to me. No, that looks like a new ball. It's very shiny and very new. Not a ball that's been around for 82 overs, so that looks like a new ball. Yeah, that looks like a new ball, right? And it certainly is moving away as well. Punt looking rather cautious at this stage. He has walked down the wicket a little bit there, and he's taken a single on the fourth ball. So he's quite happy to give Ishant Sharma 2 deliveries. So he's not totally farming the strike. It is a new ball. Yeah. Ishant Sharma is quite a capable defensive player. He's on 4 not out after 10 balls. He's only scored 763 runs. So. Okay, getting Uber Eats messages there. The conditions, as we see it now, are certainly overcast. There are patches, very, very small patches of blue sky. It looks relatively bright, but not overly bright, because it still are pretty conducive to bowling. James Anderson, normally, in these sorts of conditions, strikes early. Anderson's amazing. Such a determined fellow. Yeah, well, Ishant Sharma let the ball go. It was well wide of the off stump. There was no concern there for Ishant. You'd almost argue both teams look very, very settled and very, very cautious. There's no intent being shown. There's no aggression being shown on either side. But the field placings are. Zach Crawley's actually on. He's a substitute fielder. He's on. I'm assuming Zach Crawley might be on for Wood. It'd be interesting to see whether Wood has actually taken the field. Jarvo certainly hasn't. Will that ball cut back in quite considerably, and Ishant Sharma survives that first over. So Anderson's a little bit slow at walking. He doesn't look like he's moving so freely. Anderson, is he carrying a small injury there? He looked a little bit tentative on his feet just then, which intrigues me. Yeah, so there's first over underway. Punt looks very cautious, almost the calm before the storm with Punt. We know that it won't take too long before he'll start to up the ante with the aggression. Very interesting stage of the match, indeed. 6 for 182. You would think that they would, and Robinson's coming in from the other end, so no Wood. I'm not certain that Wood's on the field. If Zach Crawley's out there, I can't think of any other player that would not be on the field. It may well be Wood. I haven't seen any. If anyone's seen Wood, let me know, but I haven't seen him on the field. That's true. And he needs to keep England bowlers out there as long as possible. You're right. No Wood. I didn't think that. I think Wood's off, which is not a good sign. Wood may have been injured quite realistically last match. And that means he would have to be in some doubt for the next match. And we know that, of course, Robinson's ball the first ball and punt letting it go well and surely. So with Robinson there, they may be joined by, well, Mark Wood certainly. If he's out, you may see Saqib Mahmood come in for the next role. I think he's a good bowler and should be given a chance next game. Overton's there too, yeah. Maybe Chris Wokes may also come back in if his injury cloud is lifted and he's playing well. So Robinson here coming in the bowl to punt from the nursery end. Punt very circumspect, very, very forthright with his defence. Punt looks very determined. Wood's injury. We're looking at Wood go into the fence, and he's gone on his shoulder, and he did not look good immediately. And he's there off the field with his arm certainly bandaged up. And it's his bowling arm too. And then the nets this morning, he was bowling, but not with a great deal of looked reasonably free. But if he's on the field yet, that's more of a concern. Punt's hit the ball to a deep point and has not run. So he's definitely going to try to farm the try. India is also very determined to win in England and repeats its performances what India did to England early in the year. Yeah, sure. Of course they are. The Brains trust of Shastri in the bowling, and there's Kapoor there. Punt refused a single, all right. So he's definitely farming the strike here. Very ultra cautious punt, I would argue. Oops, he's played it, missed a very good ball there from Robinson. Or did he pull the bat away? I think he played it, that still. Not much footwork there being used by punt. He's basically dabbed the ball out there. A bit like what Kohli did. There was no need to play that. It was a good ball, though. Very good ball. It did jag away. It's a new ball for folks. We mustn't forget that. Punt looking very seriously back at the bowl of that delivery. Well, they're taking a quick single there, and on the fourth ball, maybe the fifth ball actually. So Punt's quite clearly allowing Ishant to face one or two balls of the over. In fact, yeah, he's going to face one ball. So Punt's definitely farming the early part of the strike. First four balls, he's determined to be the one to face it, and he's giving 4 or 5 balls. In fact, 4 balls last over. This over it's 5 balls. So he's given Ishant Sharma one delivery. So he's not afraid to give him some strike. Ishant Sharma's eyes were glaringly big there. He's trying to be as awake as he possibly can. It's conditions are certainly reasonably overcast. So Ishant Sharma's played back to us has popped up pretty close to his feet, harmlessly, thankfully. Again, Ishant Sharma's job is pretty clear. Defend that last ball the over. So far, Punt's got 2 singles and moved up some 2 runs. So 27, that's 156 lead. Anderson's down. Is he changing his shoe? No, he's actually strapping his ankle. Interesting. Anderson's strapping his ankle, and that doesn't look well. I don't think it's a regulation restrapping of an ankle. He's got something going on there that he's not happy with. So it looks like both Anderson and Wood are carrying injuries into this last day's play, which is significant. Yeah. Interesting how he would redo he's not redoing his shoe, he's redoing his ankle strap. Whether the ankle strap's there for a reason or not, I don't know. But Anderson, at his age, he's 39 years of age. We mustn't forget he's 39 years of age in his 40th year. And bowling at his pace, after a colossal number of overs, wickets, and matches, it's going to take toll out of most people. Even though he's in supreme fit conditions, it's not the fitness so much, but just the sheer age that he's undertaking to bowl. So with Anderson and Wood not 100%, if Punt could survive a few overs here, could be very interesting. If he sees Anderson and Wood out of the attack, and then the likes of Ali comes into play. Now, he's again a ball hit nicely away to deep point. He's not running. So England surely are not overly attacking. They're actually got a deep point there for punts. It's only lending itself to heading to a draw if they keep this up. Very few runs being scored, a lot of defensiveness. I don't appreciate this. I want to see punt will eventually start to get the jack of this and start to want to go for it. Be watch. Ishant Sharma, I should say, is defensively okay. I wouldn't say he's great. Anderson's bowling 136 Ks. He's bowling well under his fast pace. Anderson's looking a little bit. I don't think Anderson's 100% at all. After the first innings, the first part of this second innings, he hasn't taken a wicket. So, and he put a lot of effort into his first 3 innings of the series so far, done extremely well. A huge high of 5 wickets in the first innings. Anderson to punt playing extremely cautiously. Yeah, punt does this for a good hour and edges that 20 or 30 runs, and then they're 180, and then he goes for it. Then it'll be on for young and old. Yeah, if it would have been, someone asked what's he saying, it would have been interesting if Punt and Jadeja were batting together. You bet it would have been. Amrish Singh is saying that Punt is middling well. I mean, he is very determined looking, as he was yesterday afternoon as well. He bats well into the second hour of this first session, and then he goes out all guns blazing. Didn't take long. There he is. He's hit a magnificent shot right over deep cover. I'm not sure it was 4 or 6. He belted the hell out of that. It was very, very clear, determined shot. He knew exactly what he was doing. It looks like a magnificent shot. Unbelievably shot. Beautiful shot. Just extravagant to the extreme that went hurtling to the boundary. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. I'm not sure what happened there. There doesn't seem to be a change to the score. The score has not moved. I'm a bit confused. They led by 156 before the over started. So that isn't moving at this point. Beautiful shot. If Sharma can just hang in there, he's got just the one ball to face here from Anderson. Oh, he's hit the ball very well. They might even get 4 out of this. At least he's gotten a 4. How about that? Ishant Sharma's hit a beautiful square drive for 4. Impressive. India lead by 165 now. It was not a bad shot. I think he really meant it to go there, but it certainly careered to the boundary. That's a good start. So India are 6 for 192 with the lead of 165. Punts already to 20. Ishant's on 8. Nothing wrong with that. You'd have to, the intent of Punt is very clear, and the intent of Ishant Sharma is very clear too. Robinson's the biggest danger. Anderson looks rather ordinary today. He's not looking really on top of things. That ankle, his left ankle, seems to be playing up a little bit there. He had to readjust it before the match. Why would you be readjusting your ankle strap into the first 3 overs? It must either be not right, or there may be a slight niggle there. He may well have an injection. Mark Wood's clearly not 100%. Clearly not 100%. So you take Anderson Wood out of the equation, it leaves Robinson to take the brunt of the attack with Curran, and then Ali has to factor in. Nice shot. And there could have been 2 here. Have they run? It looks like they should have run 2 here. They have run 2. A lot of gaps out there that feels very deep. They've got a deep mid-wicket. They've got a deep point, a fairly long deep mid-off. There's a lot of gaps out here for 2s, and obviously also the punt can also go for his magical cover, lofted cover drive. He got a 4, so punts on 22 and looking quite comfortable. Robertson is the only one that really can threaten him. Though his ball that slants away is pretty good. Robertson coming in from the nursery end. Oh, he's out. Oh, geez, that was a very good delivery. Punt has nicked one to the keeper. A very good delivery from Robertson. That's a very sad thing to see. 167 is not enough. It's 7 down, and Colley's not happy. 167 is not. We were talking about the field, Norman. It looks defensive from it does, but it doesn't matter. Robertson's bowled a beautiful line, and punt played at it, not like a Colley shot. That is disastrous for India. 167 now. I think the 220 total looks far-fetched unless Bumrah and the like have a bit of a muck around. There's no point in prodding around now. They're going to have to be a bit more aggressive, I think, having lost punt. Just dawdling 10 or 20 runs and wasting the time won't do a thing. They need to get over 200. They're 167 in front. That's probably not enough. Normally, it would say that was not enough. Team has been out for less than 167 before, so it's not out of the question. But losing Rishabh Pant early it's a very unfortunate situation, I must say. Shami, not a great batsman, nor is Bumrah, but they both can be quite healthy if they go for it. Ishant Sharma's probably going to be the mainstay now, by the looks of things. Very interesting. Can't be happy with this. That was a rather paltry dismissal. You could argue he's more careful to way batting. That was just, oh, geez. Good delivery, but it was a non-shot. There's nothing really there. Looks like Shami wants to give him a nick too on his first delivery. Savitha Pasati asked, can we expect 180? Let's hope. Pakistan only beat West Indies, I know. If you want to try to just get a good tail ball. Okay. Now, clearly, yeah, it's a pretty sad dismissal. 167 is not enough. There's no doubt about that. It wouldn't hurt for Shami or Bumrah to give a bit of leather, get a few cheap 4s, push the total as close to 200 as they can get. Because 167, scratching over 10 runs and getting out, it's not going to be any good either. Not what India wanted. Gee, you can't help but think that if Punt didn't survive this early period with a new ball, he may have gone on to better things, but he didn't. That's pretty bad. Let's hope that Tail can offer something here. Punt could have left that bowler probably trusted the bounce there. It was a nothing shot. He wasn't really doing anything with that shot. He poked at it. Butler's taken 4 catches in this inning so far. Ali and Rudd also taken 1 each. So all wickets except for 1 have been caught, which is a technique situation more than a bowling situation when you have somebody caught. When a team has a lot of catches taken off their dismissals, it usually shows signs of a poor batting choice. Well, there's no doubt that Rohit Sharma's shot was not warranted. Well, that was enterprising. Ishant Sharma was sort of taking a step away, and he's got a dirty big edge, and he's just hit a 4. That's the way. If he's going to keep doing that, they're going to start to wonder. 171. Oh, you can't help but think if Pump is still there. Ishant Sharma's showing his intentions. He's got a massive nick over the slips. Not exactly out of the batting books there. Technique. He's sort of gave himself room, and I'm not sure where he was trying to hit it. He wasn't trying to pull it over the mid wicket. Don't know quite where it was. It looked like he was trying to hit it straight up, to be honest. He got a big edge, which was fortunate. 171 is not enough. If these guys might scratch out 200 plus, it'll be something. But not this early in the day, though. More than 2 sessions, 200 is very gettable. Ishant Sharma's giving it a good old red hot crack. He can't knock Ishant Sharma. It's not his job to have won this match when he's batting. That's for sure. Sorry, I got some chips. I'm hungry, Ross. Agricultural, certainly agricultural. We wouldn't be having this conversation had you got 500. You cannot take your foot off your opponent's neck when you've got them down. Lock out, ruthless. Look at lack of looseness. The bat will cost him. Absolutely right, Milky. Absolutely right. Rohit Sharma and Mikhail Rahul had massive opportunities to really put on the throat the first thing. You're right. And they should have got root cheaper too. So then you let this slip somewhat. Now they're playing massive catch up, and they're in. The lead of 171 is awful, to be honest with you. And the way that the first day started for India, 171 lead is awful. That is, they're less than Root's batting performance still. Had they taken Root's wicket early, they'd be 270 or 300 in front. And have England in battle ready. Oh. I don't know whether Ishant Sharma thinks that he's the next punch. I'm being flippant. Yeah, Amrish Singh, I think Kale will be ruined because he got 129. He could have went much more. Don't forget, Root scored 180 after coming into bat on the third ball, the actual hat-trick ball. Ashwin's sitting there behind Kohli. Not sure what he's saying. Saying, could I come and bowl? Well, somehow Ishant Sharma squeezed it through mid on there. He's taken 2. Sloppy 2, but they've taken 2. India are now 7 for 200. Ishant Sharma's 14, so 173. Well, it's still not enough. You need a lot more runs. 173 is not enough, 200 is probably not enough. Because it's also time now. They want to not have England bat more than 2.5 sessions. And the first hour is still more than half an hour away. So India should try, if they can, to bat at least another half an hour to an hour, at least. They get in, they leave only half an hour. Woods on the outfield, they're warming up with a ball. He's not on the field, but he's warming up with a ball. So it's implying that he is considering coming onto play. It's an uppy shot with a fair bit of success, and it's going to be 4 runs off Shami's bat. 177. I guess these guys have got nothing to lose now, have they? They've lost the main batter. That is Punt. 7 for 204, the lead of 177. Still not enough, but it's getting closer. What a pity Punt got out to an innocuous delivery. He could have let the ball go. He had no reason to poke it. It was a nothing shot. Not successful enough. It's a new ball. It's still playing. The ball flies off the bat when it's a new ball. Once we get over 200, it starts to become very interesting. Still got 23 runs to get that point, though. I'm not exactly sure what that shot was. It was half tennis, half swat. Was he swatting flies? I don't know what was going on. The ball was not that short, and he got down on his knees to play the ball up near his head. Not in the copybook. Not in the that wasn't a copybook shot at all. That, not sure. He was swatting flies. That wasn't a cricket shot. He could well have got a top edge there. Interesting, a lot of the tail end batsmen actually are very good at getting top edges over slip. Seems to be their forte. Not forgetting, Shami last summer was hit by a Pat Cummings short ball and broke his arm. Now he's got an arm pad on, he's got an arm guard on there now. But he'd be a bit flinchy when a ball comes short, I'll tell you now. They put him out for a long time. It was quite a serious break. He was out for several months, actually. Ishant Sharma certainly is determined. There's no doubt about that. You can see a fair degree of determination in his eyes. Oh, very short ball, and I'm not sure what type of shot that Ishant Sharma was playing. He's laughing about it because he was nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. So, much slower ball, but it wasn't on the stumps. He wouldn't have needed that to be on the stumps, but Ishant Sharma is giving him so much room. You know, he played the shot way too early. Very agricultural, both he and Sharma so far, and the Indian crowd are laughing. Well, he squeezed it out. There is a deep third man. He was single. 179 lead, 206 the score. It's getting there. But we've still got Bumrah. We've still got Siraj to come. Well, he might squeeze out another 20 or 30. They'll be relatively happy. Don't forget, these are the bowlers having to bowl to try to get them to attack to that sort of total. They want as big. They're very vested in having a big total, of course, because they want that to happen. Yeah, they've got to figure out time, but they've got to soak up some time though as well. Only half an hour's gone. That was a rather nice shot from Shami. The England field placements are pretty deep, and it's a bit unusual when you think the punt's no longer there. They could easily have brought the field in and stop singles and putting more pressure on them. I think that's and make them try to play the bigger shots and then get out. So by letting them ink singles, they're not really helping the cause. 180 the leaders now, 180. Mark Wood is actually on the field and he's going to bowl. So I'm just a little bit not sure why he didn't come on half an hour earlier. What made him stay out half an hour? Would give him a bit of a rest. I thought it was a bit bizarre, but anyway, he's on the bowl. He hasn't been on the field that long. Interesting. I would have thought that he'd been off the field for half an hour. They would have had to take. I thought that if you're off the field for a period of time, you need to be on the field for a period of time before you can bowl. So maybe they deemed that he's on long enough. I don't know. So he's taken 64 wickets in his 21 matches. It's not a bad situation. Right, Kohli's a bit edgy around standing up. This will be more of a test for these two batters. The extra pace of Wood. If he bowls some Yorkers or full balls, maybe some short balls to loosen them up, and a couple of full balls, they could see wickets fall very, very quickly. In fact, this is probably ready-made for Mark Wood to take the last 3 wickets and get a 5 for, and he's got 5 or 6 then. He's already got 3, so yeah, a couple of wickets he's got a 5 for. He's certainly justified his selection of the team, hasn't he? Of course, Anderson took 5 in the first innings. And so he's around 138 Ks and not at his peak bowling yet. His shoulder must be troubling a little bit, otherwise he wouldn't have spent this time off the field. He must have a troubled shoulder. Kohli clapping vigorously. He'd be egging them on to try and hunt. You should be honest about Kohli's batting form. He is unable to play long instance on time now. I don't know whether it's that damage. Mookie says, Norman, his injury was an impact injury, so he doesn't need to wait to be able to bowl. Okay. Then why was he off the field? But usually the player has time off the field. Oh. Well, the lead of 180 is not enough. The more I look at it, the lead of 200 is not enough. 220 will start to become enough, because that'll also take up another hour. The first half an hour of play is gone. It feels like it's been a lot longer than that, but it's only been half an hour. They need to bet for at least another hour, which may see them get the 220 total we're talking about. Let's see. Wood coming into bowl. Oh, that short ball, certainly. So he's not out. It hasn't hit the bat, perhaps maybe a shoulder or an arm. Shami does not get out of the way very well from a short ball. They're not going to go. They're going to go the DRS. Not going up there. They're not going up. So they're saying it didn't hit the bat. Looks like it's hit his helmet. I think he would have learned how to play that shot. Shami's on 6. Ishant's on 15. Lead by 180. The score is 7 for 207 in the 88.3. Sorry, 88.41 now in terms of overs. Coming in now is from the pavilion end is Mark Wood. And we're certainly giving him plenty of short balls. Shami, don't forget, it's broken his arm after being hit, where the ball's gone through the bat there. Looks like it's hit his shoulder, as a matter of fact, not his helmet. There's no edge anywhere near the bat or the gloves. And it looks like he's hit his shoulder and popped up. Most bizarre way of playing. But he's not a true batsman. At the moment, they're surviving. England need 3 wickets. India are leading by 180. They're surviving. They're surviving. Mark Wood. What's wrong with Mark Wood? He's not happy. He's on the ground there. Is he all right? He's definitely no. He's favouring that shoulder. He got up, didn't put any pressure on his right arm at all. He's favouring that right shoulder for sure. He got up using his left arm, and he's in some real trouble here. Oops, and he's actually landed on his shoulder not very well. This is not good. He's landed on his bad shoulder and jarred it in a way which he would not be happy about. And it certainly has. He's felt that. He has felt that. He has felt that big time. He's on the ground now. I can't believe he's bowling next delivery. Was in pain that previous ball. Interesting. Very interesting. Another over gone. 89 overs gone. You're suddenly saying will win that the rules are apparently quick for, and he has the ball right away. He doesn't have to serve time because the injury was an impact injury. Okay. That's the rules, apparently. Okay. I don't understand that. Impact injury as opposed to strain. Okay. I think impact injuries, I don't know what the difference is. I'm sorry. I don't think there should be a difference. It's an injury. If you spend time off the field because of an injury, you should be made to not bowl during that period. That's what I would have thought. I don't quite understand that rule. I don't accept it, but that's the way it is. That's the way it is. He doesn't look good at all. In fact, is he running off or is he going back to fight? I know he's going back to fight leg. It can't be good. The way he favoured his right shoulder there, it doesn't look good, I'll tell you. Robinson to Ishant Sharma, who looks a lot more controlled at this point in time. Ishant Sharma has just dabbed it out to the deep point. He's taken a single very nonchalantly. He's now on 17. He could even out surpass Punk's score very soon. They're 181 in front. That's not enough. The replay, the punt dismissal, he just poked at a ball, not unlike what Coley did. Unnecessary, bit unusual, bit of an indecisiveness, perhaps, bit of an indecisiveness in the mind of Pumps. Maybe he's just been ultra aggressive from the start. Maybe he should have done that. Plenty of gaps in the field to pick up signals, I'll tell you now. Plenty of gaps in the field. Plenty of gaps in the field. So India are 7 for 209 in the 80 into the 90th over. The lead is 182 with Shami on 7 and Ishant on 16. Robertson coming into bowl and taking the wicket. Oh, it's a slow ball. It looked like he's been given out. He wasn't. He was moving in front of his stumps. There could have been some doubt there, but there was a very quick decision. So they're going to go for it. I think it's worth it. They're going for it. I think it's worth it because I don't know whether it was that conclusive because he was jumping away from his stumps. Although the umpire was quite adamant that he was out. Let's have a look. Slow ball, knuckle ball. Yeah, it looks pretty out. His foot hadn't moved at the point of impact. It moved after. No bat on it. Nowhere near the bat, as a matter of fact. No, he looks like he's out. Much slower ball. Ishant had no idea he's out. Yeah, he's hitting. It's out. He's out. So Ishant Sharma's out. That's now 8 for 209. Lead 182. Brings in Bumrah. Bumrah's just got a blast. They can't even think about blocking. It looks like it scored over 200. It's looking very unlikely. And so early in the day, not even the first hour's gone. Plenty of time for England to get those runs. So you have to bowl out of their skin. And it's not impossible, but unlikely. Jasper goes for it, you never know. They're certainly Bumrah and Anderson having a bit of go at each other. Anderson certainly had a bit of a word. Quick legends, you're right. Bumrah can bat, but he's not expected to. Put it that way. We'll see. Hi, Rashmika Lakshan. Hi, how are you? Rashmika, that's very sounds. Where's your background? Are you from Sri Lanka or India? For the next test for Harry, needs to come in place of Rahane. It's going to be interesting what they do. They may not change the batting, but Ashwin will come into force, I'm pretty sure. Oh, he got away with it. Only had 2 for this. Yeah, Robinson's bowling a very cheeky little slower ball. Just got the wicket of Ishant Sharma with it. Almost like a knuckle ball. Yeah, he doesn't hold the ball probably. It's like a knuckle ball. They call him. Much slower but accurate. Robinson's showing his quality as a bowler. That's for sure. Joe Root's very happy. So the lead's 184. Robinson's over has been 78 kilometres, 70 miles per hour, 80, 64, which is slow, and 64 again, which was very slow. Bit of golf being attempted there by Bumrah. So the lead is 184. India 8 for 211. Got 1 ball to go to finish the 90th over. Bumrah's on 2 and Sharpie's on 7. Robinson's now taken 2 for 34. Obviously, Wood took 3. and one each to, I think, Curran, and I think Moen Ali. I'm not sure. I'll check on that. None at all to Anderson. 8 wickets of fall and a wicket going to Anderson. He did take 5 in the first innings, which was his 7th on the board, edging on the wicket. He has taken 7 fifers, therefore he's on the board markings as 7. Incredible it was. I think there may have been an edge. That's not sure. It was again a slow ball from Robertson. So 90 overs have gone, and India have only inked out 211 from 8 with 8 wickets down. It's not, again, this is knuckle ball where he doesn't quite hold it with the full fingers, he just knuckles it, and therefore, same arm action, but a much slower delivery. It's in fact appreciably slower. And I don't think that the Indian batters like that. Yeah, I wish Shakil wasn't injured. Yeah, he will make a difference. He batted well in that testing. Like everyone got 60 odd, and Washington still got 60 odd, didn't he? The only way for India to survive is to win. They must get wickets at regular intervals. They're going to need a hell of a lot of wickets. They're going to have England 5 for 60 to have any hope of this match. Wood, I don't know how he's bowling. He barely got up from his injury there. He's definitely got his shoulder injury there hampering him. Impact injury, albeit. $185. Psychologically, 200 looks a lot better, doesn't it? If they can get up to 220, they'll believe they've done something. When it's 40 minutes of the game have gone, if they can stay another half an hour to an hour, and then throw England a bat for a couple of hours before lunch, they're in a reasonable situation. But with Putt, that would have been a lot easier. But now at the moment, it's not easy. Get the batting. That's when they're getting their shoelaces tied like little children here. Have to wait and see. Okay. It's been a good session, guys, for England. They've taken 2 wickets for not many. Well, it was a hell of a crack attempt there, but Murray really wanted to belt the hell out of that ball. He's got to connect, though. So they had a 154 lead to start the day. They've added 31, which is a bit more than you would expect, but they've got 31 so far. They need more than that, though. It's a bit painful to see such poor batting, but anyway, such a long tail. They'll have to do something about that next innings. Well, he's not hitting the stumps as he would. He should be hitting the stumps because there's a pretty obvious intention for Bumrah to smack it. He bowls full on the Yorker length that he'll be bowled. I wish Ashwin was there. Wish Shardul Thakur was there. Let's just wish the players there that are now there can do the job. Very frustrating morning. They've spent some 40 minutes here for 30 runs. Mark Wood takes a hell of a long run up. He's almost back to the fence. Well, Bumrah's got an edge, but there's a man down there at third man to cover that in Anderson. So what would have been a 4 is only a single. 186 is the lead. Some 32 have been added this morning into the 91st over. 8 for 213. An awful shot. Looked all over the joint. Hit his glove and went a complete different way over the head of Butler. I don't know how Mark Wood's able to bowl. The impact, he's got bruising, not necessarily straining any muscles or tendons or leg. It was just bruising. Yes, Andy, hi. How are you? You're back again. Shami facing Wood. He's not bowling at express pace. Well, I'll take that back. That was 143 k's per hour, and he went straight through, cut Shami in half. Absolutely cut Shami in half. I think he played the ball when it reached the keeper. Well, they've wasted 45 minutes so far, which is something. They've got 32 runs in that period. Punt's gone though. Pure survival mode. Again, Mark Wood's gone straight through Shami. Had no hope of getting anywhere near the ball. That was a fair whack. That was 149 k's per hour, almost 150. So Wood's still cracking a fair pace there. So 91 overs have gone. India are 8 for 213 with Shami on 8 and Bumrah on 3. Wood having just finished his over for 3 for 42 and bowled the last delivery at 149 k's, which is fast. Especially for a man that couldn't even put any pressure on his right shoulder. That injury, hopefully it's not going to be a long-term one. But Wood's constantly getting injured. I mean, he stresses his body no end when he plays, as we can see. And Robertson's bowled pretty well. Anderson's had virtually nothing. Anderson may be injured. He's got a hold up, but is there anyone there? Now it's popped into a gap. England could argue they should have a slightly more attacking field. Cricket Legend wants it to rain out. How are you doing? Hope you are doing great and stay safe. Thank you, I am. Your Sunday, Haputhanthri, which she has Sri Lankan background, lived in Fiji. We can bat better than Ishant. I'm not seeing any evidence of any of that from any of these players. They're not batting well. They're just playing rather loose, ordinary shots, actually. The RuthStraussFoundation.com. There was some substantial amount. I think it was in the £800,000 mark. I could see Ganguly up there as well. Robinson to bowl now to Shami. Shami's going to get old whack, but there'll be there might be 2 in there. They're going to get 2 in there. It looks like they're going to deal with a single. Harbhajan Sips here. Khan and Kumble were way better tailenders. Yep, certainly. Harbhajan certainly gave it a nice old crack, didn't he? In fact, did he score a century? I'm pretty sure he did. Can't see Shami or Bumrah scoring centuries. Bumrah got, what did he get? One match he got a 50 odd, didn't he? I think. In Australia, I think he did well. So Robertson, who's bowled well this morning, bowling this knuckleball quite often. And Bumrah and Shami got no idea about it. They've got no idea of the pace of it. No idea of the pace of it at all. Very frustrating morning to watch this, isn't it? Harbhajan actually has 2 centuries. Sorry, Agarkar has also a century, yes, and Kumble even has a 2 century. So here, I'm not sure, but Harbhajan had 2 centuries. There you go. He was a nice old whacker. Punt didn't look that good, did he? Well, he looked okay, but you can't play one good shot and nick the next ball, can you? That's not good enough, I'm afraid. Robinson's bowling these knuckleballs. Which team will win? At the moment, it's still in England's favour. Straight drive, which will hit the stumps. And I noticed that Shami was just standing there out of its crease. So that was a bit loose. Wasn't a bad shot. Hit the stumps, and Sharmy was well out of his crease, didn't even seem to be concerned about that. Yeah, Bumrah scored a 50 in a county match in Australia. He did. And that was, he played pretty well. The lead is 189. India is 8 for 216. Sharmy on 9, Bumrah on 5, and Ollie Robinson finishing over there, the 92nd over of the day's play. We've got some 50 minutes of play have gone. So time-wise, a fair bit of time's being taken up. If they go another half an hour or more, then that's okay. This knuckleball, it's floating around. They got an edge to that, and in fact, didn't quite carry. There's a discussion going on there with the umpire. I'm not sure what the problem is. So Butler and Bumrah are having a bit of a chat about something. Not exactly sure what the problem is. But Bumrah's not happy about something. I'm not sure what's going on here, but they're getting the umpire's having a chat with Bumrah. Bumrah's not happy about something, and Butler's having a bit of a go at him back. There's a fair bit of word usage going on. And they're not happy. Bumrah and Sharmy are both not happy with something that Butler said, and that Bumrah's reacting to it. In fact, now Bumrah's going over once again to the umpire, and the umpire's following Bumrah around, and Bumrah must be having a few words there. He's having a few words now to Anderson. So there's a fair bit of words flying around here. There's a bit of tension going on for sure. Butler, Anderson with Bumrah and Sharmy are not happy. They're not exactly the best of friends, are they? Don't think that was meant to go there, but it did. And all Kohli's egging him on. They're really supporting this, and they're not happy. That was a nice old whack from Bumrah there off Wood. He was trying, it looked like to pull it, and then went to the offside. Unusual shot, but it's worked. So Rahane and Kohli are certainly celebrating every 4 at the moment. 193 is the total. You'd think, a score of 220 makes it interesting, which means time will be wasted they're still a few minutes away from an hour. Root's gone up to Wood. He's having a chat to him, and a lot of animation from Kohli in the dressing room. They're not exactly having out. Bumrah's an exciting batsman. He certainly isn't. There's no dull moment there. He's on 9 at the moment. Lead of 193. India at 8 for 220. And Bumrah he looks very cranky. It doesn't look happy at all. Very unusual to see Bumrah so angry. He wants to hit him out of the ground. You can see it in his face. Although now they're buying some short rubbish, so Bumrah's not happy about it. Can't even get a hold of it. Yeah, Mookie's right. England don't want to sledge Bumrah. It will fire him up. And it certainly is. It certainly is. Bumrah had a good old go at both Butler, and then he had a go at Anderson, and then Bumrah went on with it. Charlie got involved. There's a bit of tension here. I'll tell you what, the longer this goes on, it's going to be added to, I'll tell you. Now, 193 is the lead. Now, once we hit 220, we're starting to look respectable. Not forgetting that England have to get... Oops, it's hitting. Don't forget, India are 8 for 220, and England could have to face a total of 220, and India have lost 8 wickets in the process. So, get Root early. But India could easily have England 5 or 6 down for 100 or something. Oh, that's hit him flush on the cheek, or even close to the temple area of Bumrah. Yes, it's hit him very close to his temple. He's very fortunate he had a helmet on. That would have done some serious damage at Wood's pace. He's taken complete eye off the ball. Now he's being checked. He seems to be okay. Very often they take them off for a head assessment when you get hit by a helmet there. He seems to be happy. Good that they come and checked him, because that's hitting flush on the temple, even though there's been helmet there in between. At Wood's pace. It's just, I think they're going to take drinks now. They're going to turn this into drinks. With India having scored 39. Was it 39? Yeah, 39. 154 to 193. They've hit 39 in this session, which is reasonable. They can ink another 39. That puts them in. This is it. They got 39 on the ball. They can ink another 39. Then we're in for a game. That means India's lead will be around the 230 mark, which is not conclusive, but it's not bad. It's not exactly a walkover to win that. It's just enough to still mean England should win, and just close enough to be a concern as well. So England's approach to the match will be interesting. Whether they'll obviously be as steady as a rock with Sibley and Burns early on. So whether they'll go for it in the end, knowing Root, they probably won't. They'll be quite happy to work their way through to a draw. The closer this gets to lunch, the more likely it'll be that England have to play for a draw, not a win, which will put pressure on England, effectively. And India will have nothing to lose because their likelihood of losing is unlikely, more like a draw or an England win. Yeah, so we've been on air for almost 3 hours, but I feel like it's been half an hour, guys. It's been fantastic. So JK, latest jobs. Hello, sir. I'm from India. How are you? I haven't seen you before. This game is actually getting close and might end up going all the way to the last hour of the day. The way it's looking, I'd say that will be the case. Bumrah and Sharma will absolutely charge in now. Not a smart thing to do with him. That's right. Bumrah's going to be very annoyed. Butler and Anderson's provocative at the best of times. The reality is that Bumrah, an angry Bumrah could be quite a scary thought. And the Sharma gets going too. When they're showing Sharma, there's a bit of aggression there. And Siraj, we know he'll go for it. It's going to be interesting. It's not a cakewalk for England at all. The replay punt shot, it was magnificent. But he got up shortly after. Even Ishan Sharma had squirted a nice drive out there as well. But then that dismissal was that's a nothing shot from punt. Very unusual for punt to play that shot. A bit disappointing. So with roughly an hour's play gone, you would see crucial that India bat for at least half an hour to 45 minutes this session. Or as much time as they can, but for them to last half an hour to 45 minutes with only 2 wickets in hand is very unlikely. But they can get as close as they can, which means they'll ink out another 30 to 40 runs, puts them around the 230 mark. It's okay. We were kind of in that mode of thought anyway, weren't we? Even if Punt was the one to do it. Yeah, so India are at 8 for 220. They have a 193 run lead now. In some cases, that might be more than enough. They might go through England and they'll have 150. We just don't know. But you'd have to say that well over 220, 230 will make it a lot more palatable. Either each time smash runs, well, they should definitely look to being there for the majority of this hour. And if they're going to at all put England in the bat for about a couple of hours before lunch, that could be interesting. Yeah, that was a much fuller ball from Wood trying to york him. I think that was second. That's 194. They barraged them with a fair few short balls. They may go full now. Because Siraj is not much chop. He comes in next. Really, this is it, guys. This is their last chance to whack. They can't be conservative because they're 194 now. 20 or 30 more runs will bring the match up to a fairly even keel. At the moment, it's still slightly in favour of England. But 20 or 30 more runs, psychologically over 200, make it 220, 230. 250 would be fantastic, but at 220, 230 is a possible goal still. Oops, there was no run on that. So the ball was hit, a full toss was hit back to mid-on and tried to run, and there was no run in it. It's a bit of a comedy of errors here. 230 is more than enough, I think. Mookie, I think you're right. 230 is still 36 runs away. Still enough runs away to make it interesting. So is Anderson coming back on the bowl? Let's have a look here. Bumrah's facing. Wood's still bowling. No, actually Robinson's coming on. Wood was on the previous over. Anderson seems to have taken himself off. Bumrah's more capable of hitting than Anderson. Okay, he's taken that. Looks like he's got a hold of that. And has that gone? Now it's bounced a few times to fine leg down to Wood. And he's taken a single. It looked like it was going high in the air, but it didn't quite get as much on it. So Bumrah's now 11, Shami's 9. Valuable runs into the 94th over, 8 for 2, as Richie Bennett would say, lead of 195. Just starting to get a bit of a smile in English dress, in the Indian dressing room. There's a little bit of a smile going on. Rahane and Kohli having a bit of a laugh. Good attitude to have. Well, that's an interesting shot. It's produced a single. It's not like he just stuck his bat out there, did Shami. 197 is the lead, I'm pretty sure. .196 is the one. The board's pretty slow and kicking over here. They've hit 42 this morning. Two or three hefty blows. Robinson's got the slow ball going. He's knuckling it. The ball's a knuckle ball. It's just coming through. Same action, but a lot slower out of the hand with a slight bit of loop. It seems to be annoying. I think the Indians want the ball to come onto the bat so they can have a slog. They're not happy with the slowing delivery. Michael Atherton and Sir Andrew Strauss. I'm not really counting the Sir business anyway. Into the 94th over here as Robinson bowls a full ball to Bumrah. They've got mid on virtually as deep as you can get it. They're actually inviting a single every time. I think they almost fancy themselves more against Shami than they do against Bumrah. 197 is the lead. 224 the score. 8 for 224 into the 94th over. Shami's 10 and Bumrah's 12 and Robinson's got 2 for 40. Of course, Wood's got 3 for 47, I think it was. What's the time right now in Sydney? It is 9:03 p.m. Comfortable time to be watching cricket. We're 4.5 hours ahead of India. It's not a bad shot there from Shami. Nicely tucked around to square leg. 98. There's so many gaps in the field. India can just continue to get singles and they can ink out quite a few runs just patiently. It almost looks like England are not concerned about the total. They're not concerned about 230 being a score to chase at all. I think that they're, after getting 391, they get that 230 will be a cakewalk for them. Well, that been not judged too early. Yeah, there's a lot of rubbish that Robinson's bowling. A lot of slow. It was a slow, short ball outside stuff, and it just took forever to get to the batsman. 198. Still would argue it's not enough. 220, we're getting serious. 230, we're getting very serious. And time-wise, we're into the second hour of the first session. Another half an hour to 3/4 an hour of batting. Give England a little spell before and after lunch. Could be quite worthwhile. Showing the placement of the delivery. Seamless to Bumrah. All the balls, there's a huge number of balls which are very, very short. Only 3 that have hit the bat which were close to stumps. The rest have been well away from the stumps. a lot of discussion with Wood and Root about field placements. Let's look at it very carefully here. Lead of 198. India at 8 for 225. And then start of the 95th over. Shami 11, Bumrah 12. They've done quite handsomely. Even Sharma got 16, so they've all double figured, which is commendable enough for a bunch of tail enders. A lot of good batsmen haven't got those totals, have they? Taking away overs for England to bat will increase the required run rate. They need to win 2. That's right, Murky. We want them to be trying to score 4 or 5 and over. At the moment, it's probably not at that point, but it's getting closer. You'd want to go as close to lunch as possible. It's not a bad shot there from Shami. Extremely deep point. Extremely deep point. Giving a single every time. I don't know what the benefit of that is, really. They should have a gully or a regulation point, and those may turn to catches rather than runs. It is very defensive. If you bowl well enough to have a regulation field, you should take catches and take wickets. If you let them go, the batsmen know that, and they can play through the ball, not worrying that it might be a little bit uppish because it's not going to matter because there's no field there. I think the wrong tactic. They may not look very deep. The mid-wicket, so the square looked very deep. The square leg was very deep, and the point is very deep. Hi again, JK. Latest jobs. Donald Utanwala. Will the low bounce bring Shami and Jadeja Skiddy as tries bowling to play? Absolutely. 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 Considering punt is not out there, they're doing okay. But they know one quick wicket here, in comes Siraj, and they're all out. So they still are 20 or 30 runs shy. If they get that 20 or 30 runs, that's what I would have expected to get with punt. So let's see how they go. He's got a hold of that. There's a man in a very bizarre little short mid-on. They're clapping there. They're clapping quite resound. Kohli's on his feet. They're clapping like someone got a century. In fact, the lead is now exactly 200. So psychologically, we've moved into the 200 mark. So it's game on. Still not quite there, but it's game on. Into the 95th over here. The score is India 227 for 8. The lead of 200. Shami is on 12 and Bumrah's on 13. Wood 3 for 49. Shami's just got to keep his head. Evasive action, which looks like a very bizarre looking cut shot. It's another one further into the score. It's now what 12:08 in England. Lunch is at 1. So we've got 50 odd minutes of play left in this session. Any wicket falls, any of the 2 wickets fall now, we could see a 10-minute change of innings. You could see half an hour plus of England batting. We want it to be less than half an hour. We want it to be 15 minutes, something rather awkward. So India have to bat at least another half an hour, which should bring another 20 odd runs in to play. So, very defensive shot there from Bumrah. He can bat in his awkward way. He can bat. There's nothing wrong with what he's doing. All right. Leaders 200, this is huge. Well, it's psychologically good, yes. Will the match into a JK latest job will match it in a draw? No, I don't think. Let's not say that yet. England may well start to bat like they're batting for a draw, to be honest. But it's up to India to bowl well. It's a lovely drive. I'll get a single out of it. Wood's gone down again, and he's not using his right arm to get up at all. Wood's distinctly injured. I can't believe he's bowling. I mean, it may be an impact injury. I can't believe he's bowling. I really can't. Very, very concerning. Good drive. And he could make no attempt with his right arm because he's incapable of using his right arm. You think he'll be definitely drawn? Oh, goodbye, Norman. I'm heading up now. Would join you in post match. Great. See cricket legend. See you later. Comment Sava. We'll see you all in the post match because there'll be a bit to discuss. There's a lot more to happen. So they're finally bringing Sam Curran on. Well under the hour and 10-minute mark of the innings so far. And they're bringing Curran on, which is an interesting phase. They're going to another level. The lead's now 202. India are 8 for 229. It is breathtaking. It's very tense, isn't it? Especially the way that Bumrah and Shami have reacted to both Butler and the anti of Butler and Anderson. That was very interesting. It's fire Bumrah up. That's not a smart move. Mookie, how can I come on the podcast? Well, maybe not bonjour. Bonjour, you're something. Sorry, comment. Say la vie means how are you and friends. Seva. Okay. Bonjour, Norman. Okay. Bonjour is not goodbye, is it? Norman, can I come on the podcast? Mookie, I don't know who you are yet, so I have to get you to email me. You send me your email via either LinkedIn or Instagram or Twitter. Let's say Instagram, the best place, at Norm Koch. You can see at Norm Koch here. If I get rid of that, at Norm Koch. See there, Mookie? At Norm Koch. Send me your email address, and if I've got time, I'll let you come on, but may not be today. Jim Appel, yes, Sunday. My name is yes, Sunday. Is that right? Wir können nicht in Deutsch sprechen, das ist ganz normal. Or fala Portuguese in Portugal. Or we can say, we can go home of Sri Lanka. After that. Yes, Sunday. After that. Pisuda. Pick 3 languages. French is not my language. Although I understand what you've written there, though. So the lead is 203. Bumrah's 15, Shami's 13. This is pretty commendable, really. Yesterday, 160 was a tricky score for West Indies against Pakistan. They won just by 1 wicket. My name is Shami. I watched that. It makes this interesting, doesn't it? It does make it interesting. Another 20 or 30 will make it that little bit too much for England to be comfortable. It's officially very cloudy now. Officially, I think it's been officially cloudy for the whole 5 days. Certainly has been. Yes. Okay. Okay. I don't have Twitter and Instagram, but I'll try you through LinkedIn. Okay. Norman Acosta on there. Okay. That was almost a good shot there. In fact, it could well be. Well, it's not 4, but it's 2. $205-run lead. Now we're starting to get a little bit serious here. Another half an hour of play. Let's give it another half an hour of play, which should be 20 runs. And then India, well, they probably won't declare, but they'll be happy enough. It was not a bad shot there from Shami. It was well placed. Almost a shot that Kohli tried to play, but he edged. 206 lead. This is, 16 from Shami and Bumrah's 15. And Ishant Sharma got 16. Shami, Bumrah could go past punt before too long. That'll be a bit embarrassing for punt, but yeah, I'll be happy overall as a score though. Kohli's looking decidedly smart. Kohli's smiling quite a bit, gesturing. He's not unhappy. He almost sees the score getting up to a point where it's respectable. So certainly there's an amount that they can bowl to for sure. But they need 20 or 30 more. So we've played an hour and 14 minutes and lost 2 wickets. And they have inked out of 52 runs this morning. Well, 154 in front of them, 206 in front. So they've inked out 52 runs and lost 2 wickets in an hour and 15 minutes. That's not exactly horrific. And the fact is, they probably would have thought punt would have been there to get that sort of score. So they've added 52 today. We did talk about 100. That was with punt being there, so they're halfway there already. So India stands to be 31% of winning. England 38% of winning, and the draw 31. So England 38%, England 31, and 31% draw. So England have got a 38 to 31% advantage. Moeen Ali's coming on. Now, this is interesting. This, to me, wouldn't say it's a desperate sign, but they would have hoped to have not needed to bowl Moeen Ali and have them all out. So the fact that Moeen Ali's coming on means that they are a little bit concerned about the situation. With an hour and 15 minutes passing, they think that Shami and Bumrah now will be more wanting to attack and may get out to a silly shot. So it's interesting. If this was the position of the game and punt was still in, we would have seen fireworks. But this is going to be interesting. We'll see a couple of weeks fall. Really, the next half an hour of play is crucial. If India can not lose any wickets and get 30 runs, well, then they've put themselves in a savable situation, and then can start to consider winning based on good bowling. Well, that was awful. I don't know what he was trying to do. Poke the bat out there. What's the fight going on between him and employee? Well, they're sledging each other. Definitely Butler and Anderson have been going at Bumrah and trying to get under his skin. That worked. Shami's playing some rather orthodox looking shots. It was well into the gap. They probably. I'm sure they've run two. They have. England are not handling this at all well. I don't think England are going to play. Other than Robinson's knuckleballs, which got a few wickets, there's not a lot going on that's good here. India have scored some 54 today. Lead of 208. Still not enough. You need 30 more runs, guys. The time is certainly going away. An hour and 17 minutes into the session. 40-odd minutes, 43 minutes, and the session's over. It's been a gripping session. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it hasn't worked so far. There was no way that they should have needed to bowl Moeen Ali, really. And they just got 2 more runs here. Shami's playing very nice little shots here. This little dink through the slip cord. Is that crawling the field? So the lead is now 210, guys. Shami's on 20. Bumrah's on 15. Mark Wood's off the field. The fact that Mark Wood's off the field again, his injury is obviously taken toll. He's obviously not bowling at the moment, but he's been off the field before the game. He wasn't off the first 20-odd minutes. He's off again. Not a good sign. If they're playing a test match next week, you would think Wood and Anderson could well be out, as well as obviously Broad. They're all carrying what appear to be injuries. All the more important for India to survive this match, not lose it, and if possible win, but not lose it. So the lead is 210. They've added some 56 this morning and lost 2 wickets. There's another mini drinks break going on. I'm not sure what that is. Wasting time, which will be very clever. Kohli's, I think he's relatively happy. He's not quite happy yet, but relatively happy. Let's see here. Bumrah's facing Sam Curran. A dirty big edge, and it's gone right over the slip cord, and it could race away for 4 here. It was not a good shot, but he's obtained 4 runs for it. 214 lead. That's effectively 60 runs have been added this morning. 60 runs. It popped off the bat when ballooning over the slip cord for to play a good shot to get a full looks. Balloon off either the shoulder of the bat, maybe a bit of glove there. Bumrah's on, Shami's on 20, Bumrah's on 19. They could both outscore punt, which was not what we were expecting to start this morning off with, into the 98th over. There's too many gaps in the field. The field is far too deep in the traditional spots, and at a third man, it's non-existent. So haven't got their act together here at all. England, they've allowed India to ink up 215. Really, from this point onwards, the next 10, 15 runs onwards, it's bonus time, I would argue. There's still 40 minutes to go for lunch. And this is a bizarre leg side attack that Curran's bowled the last 2 balls and leg side. I don't know what that's all about. It's not good. There's no field placement there to account for that, really. Both Shami and Bumrah are both on 20. So the Indian tail has done a lot better than we had thought they would do. Well, they did well in the previous test, didn't they, as well? So let's not knock them. It's not a bad shot. Leg side down to fine leg. Shami is on 21, Bumrah 20. Don't forget, Punt got 22, so they've matched them. Yeah, the pitch hasn't behaved funny, but won't be easy scoring freely. And they've done well to take out the time from England chase. Exactly. I would argue that this is, the wicket's not doing anything too much out of the ordinary. It's survived quite nicely. It's keeping a little bit low, but not too much. Bumrah's playing some rather attractive-looking drives. He must have had some batting practice. Maybe Rahane and Pujara, maybe even Kohli should go and watch what Bumrah and Shami are doing in the nets, because they seem to be working. But India certainly has an element of fight about them, haven't they? They're not giving up as they may have done years ago. Let's have a look here. It's a good delivery. Well, a bit of aggression from Curran, but another over survived. 98 overs are gone. The lead now is 216. So they've put on 62 this morning. And it's 9:22. Highest successful run chases that in Test matches at Lords. West Indies were 1 for 344 back in 1984 against England. They won. But then there's a whole bunch of England scores around the 280 mark. Sorry, 1 for 282. Then the third highest is 218 for 3. New Zealand in 1965. So realistically, this would be, at this point in time, the third highest run chase. Or pretty close to the third highest run chase. West Indies 1 for 344. They won that pretty easily. This would be the third highest run chase. So it's close to a couple of runs off it. Nothing wrong with this at all, guys. I'm somewhat impressed. Although, imagine if they'd gotten Root out early, this would have been even a clearer lead, or scored 500 themselves. There's a few ifs here. Shami's been very impressive. He's been quite manageable with his batting. He hasn't done so many silly shots now, at least. He seems to settle down. He's whacked that one nicely. In fact, it's going all the way to the boundary. A beautifully swatted cover off drive there. And Kohli's particularly happy. The lead is now 220, which is what we all talked about before the start of the day's play. That's what they would at least want. Well, they've got there. It was a beautiful shot. So 220. Now another 10 odd runs, and then we're starting to talk about somewhat of a bonus. It's 9:24. Sorry, 12:24. Kohli's smiling from ear to ear. So effectively, He's playing some pretty impressive shots here. Where'd that go? There's a fielder there, down the mid-wicket region. So the lead's 221. Let me just sort out this chair, guys. Been sitting on it so long. I'll sort it. Okay. Lead of 220. Now we're getting quite serious here. This is, some 54, 46, 67 runs they've gone in front. They've scored 67 runs today. 67 runs today in an hour and 25 minutes. It's quite reasonable. Bumrah's got this rather awkward-looking defence that's working. 99 overs have gone. India are 8 for 248. A lead of 221. Shami 26, so he's beaten punt. Bumrah's 20, he's close to punt. Ali's got 2 for 61. This is another half an hour's play before lunch. If they can get a lunch, then they've basically taken away or taken out of the equation probably a loss at this point. If India go into lunch with a lead of 230, 240, they've taken out of the equation them getting beaten, I think. It'll make it very difficult for England to score those runs. It'll be too many runs for them to score the rest of the day, unless of course, don't forget, the last 2 sessions of the test of the Gabba, India actually got 245 in a canter in the last 2 sessions. 245 in a canter in the last 2 sessions. That was India. England to get 240 in a canter in the last 2 sessions? I don't think so. So that will start to rule out India being beaten by England. And we'll bring into the equation the draw more so, but we'll start to even it out at 38, 31%, 38%, which is what England is said to be, and India 31%, 31% draw, will start to come down to about 34 each or something like that. There we have Mark Wood with this dirty big ice pack on his arm, his shoulders. He's got this weird looking, almost like a bra on. It's not a bra, but it looks, yeah, so he's injured. Unbelievable how he bowled the balls he did. Good delivery, but beat him neck and crop there. Yeah, if India can survive to lunch, then it changes the complexion of the match quite considerably. It means England have got a long time to think about it. They've got 2 sessions to get 240, which will be extremely difficult to do. The run rate starts to go over 4, 5 and over for sure, even approaching 6. And it means that the equation of India winning is possible if England falter in the batting, and the draw comes into occasion. And it's unlikely that India will lose. That's the question. India will take out their loss, put more pressure on being a draw, and then put the ultimate pressure on England in their batting. Because even though there's only 2 sessions, if they lose a whole heap of wickets, well, the pressure's on England, not on India. Interesting. England, Dreamland, if we get to lunch, England will be under tremendous pressure. They will be, because that'll take out the loss to India. At this point, England are the ones that can lose. India can be the winner because it's changed the complexion sufficiently where England won't be able to win because it'll be physically impossible in terms of time. But they could lose their wickets. Unlikely, though. Another nice looking drive. These two have been. Shami's 27, Bumrah's 20. Their lead is 222. Root's been off the field for a moment. Maybe he had a toilet break or something. Not sure what he was doing off the field. It's been on maybe a toilet break. It was only half an hour ago. Who's he having a chat to? Is he having a chat to him? No, he's not. He's staying off the field, which is a bit unusual. Obviously, he's injured. He doesn't look at him. Tell you what, very impressive. They've got a single there. They're 223 in front. Now look, we're fast approaching a possible 250 lead here. And India are smiling for me the way everything on them, so I go, hey, what's going on here? They're into the 100th over. Curran bowling well, but that was quite a resolute defence shot there, I'll say that. Bumrah was not expecting it as a single, but he did. Gabba was a good track and there was no cloud cover. It's not going to be easy and England would be getting somewhat frustrated here. 100 overs finished. 223 the lead. India 8 for 250. Shami on 27. Bumrah 21. Curran's got the 1 wicket for 42. We've only got half an hour left in this session. Really, anything now is a bonus. Anything from now on is what you would argue is a bonus. If they can stay here for any amount of time, another 15 minutes, even that's a bonus from now on. It really is, because England would not like to bat for an over 2 before lunch. They would not like to bat. No way. They're bringing old James Anderson back because they feel that even though he didn't look like he wasn't 100%, he hasn't taken a wicket this entire match. Sorry, this innings. He did take a 5 for the first inning, which is his 7th on the board etching. Back to Anderson. Now, there's a bit of chopping and changing. They've put Ali on, they've put Curran, they've had Robertson on before. Wood's off, he's injured. They would have probably brought Wood back on now, but they've got Anderson back on. And he's the type of bowler who probably should take these guys' wickets, actually. India are 8 for 250 without punt. 100 overs gone. This is 101st over. Shami's 27. Bumrah is 21. Anderson yet to take a wicket this innings, as I said earlier. He's got possibility of 2 now if he gets a knock pretty quickly. Oh, what happened there? That sort of popped up. Again, a fairly defensive field placement. Had there been a person that still been on, they would have probably gobbled that. 224. Bumrah is now 22. Bumrah 22 and Shami 27 and Punt 22. So they're actually outscoring the partner who they expected to get the most runs. And even Ishan got 16 on. We've still got Siraj in the tank. There's a question here from VJ. Indian bowlers, I don't think this is trouble much. Do you think England will not open with Sibley and will they taking the Australia? No, they won't. Totally against Root's attitude. Look what he did against New Zealand. Sibley was like defensive as all hell, chasing something similar to this. And this is getting very similar scores to that New Zealand test, and England just batted boringly. I think, the next half an hour could see India kind of force the pace a bit there, and it's gone over the top of what a shot. Great timing from Shami. He's just popped it over the short mid wicket, nicely timed. It's flown to the boundary. Shami's out there, and Virat Kohli is laughing with his tongue in his cheek. He's laughing, and Root's not happy. Anderson's been hit beautifully. A nice little Shami's just picked it up and popped it over the top mid wicket. Nonchalantly, and he's done a beautiful. This is now. They're smiling. Kohli's and Roots are unhappy. There's definitely a change in the mood here. Again, Shami's playing a remarkable set of shots here. Who needs punt? Bring Shami and Bumrah on every time. The lead is 228. They've actually scored 74 in the today's play. 74. When the previous time the tail wagged, they got 78 or 80 or thereabouts. They're doing it again. This is a 74 runs since they've played, only losing 2 wickets. This is very impressive indeed, better than we expected. 74. And he's popped that one up. It's gone again. A bit more. It was a bit closer this time. It might be 4. It'll be at least 2, and Wood's not going to be able to throw this back. That was simply actually. There we have it. 230 run lead. 230 run lead. We were all hoping for that score with Punt firing. Well, they haven't needed him, and they've actually gone there without him, and they've scored 76 today. 76, 230 run lead. The equation is now it's almost saying now it is working towards India's favour. The momentum's shifted. There are 25 minutes to go in this session. If India survive those 25 minutes, be very interested to see what India does, whether they will declare it, but they could start to consider declaring if they want to win the match. So there's 71 overs remaining in the day's play. 71. So 71 runs at the moment. 230 runs. Okay, so what's that? Chapali Wirakoti's told me they've begun the construction on her fitness centre. Isn't that exciting in Sri Lanka? That's very exciting news. So 230. So they'll need about 3.23 runs an over if that's how many overs are to play. So every over now just increases the run rate. So if India get 240 in front and that leaves 60 overs left, they're going to get 4 and over, which is not easy on this sort of wicket. Oh, a drop catch. Root has just dropped Bumrah at slip and is not happy. Things are starting to fall apart. Overton's on, Crawley's on, Wood's off, there's got a few players off. Root's not looking happy. He's just dropped a catch. This is psychologically damaging for Moeen. He's done everything he could. Got the snick. And it was catchable. Yeah, he's dropped it. He's actually dropped it. Yeah, we get to score to 240. We're around 70 overs left. There's a big resounding clap there from Bumrah. So for Bumrah, I'm not sure what he's got his highest runs. I'm not sure, but Ashwin's standing, everyone's standing. Kohli's standing, Rahani's. Actually, the reason why it's a 50-run partnership. 50-run partnership between these two. I don't think Butler and Anderson will want to stir up Bumrah and Shami again. They've just gone around and got a 50-run partnership. Quite remarkable. 232 lead. Only 20-odd minutes before lunch. Really, they last to lunch. They've just saved the match, in my opinion. They played lunch, they've saved the match. Because in 2 sessions, England will not get 230 or 240. Very unlikely. But India could get 10 wickets, everything falls in their favour. And with Root dropping a catch, all these momentum signs are certainly happening right in front of our eyes. And Kohli is smiling from ear to ear. It just puts an enormous, increasing pressure on England. Increasing. It's ever increasing. Ever increasing. Wood's injured. You can't switch this stream off now, Norman. You're the lucky charm. Let's hope I am. 232 lead. I've been going for 3 hours and 37 minutes, Amrish Singh. 3 hours and 37 minutes. So there's 70 overs remaining. Lead of 232. It's faster and faster reaching, getting closer and closer to 4. Another 5 to 10 overs, and we're in with a situation where England cannot win under any circumstance. They've got a single there a bit rushed, but England are very lackluster with their fielding. So overs remaining in the day, there's 69.5 overs. So when they get to 60 overs, they can last another 9 overs, which is already way over expectation. That will leave England with 60 overs in the day's play to get more than 240, which means more than 4 and over, which will be very, very, very difficult. It has not been done all test. So it's highly unlikely to be done in the last 2 overs, last 2 sessions of the day, especially with Sibley and already Burns happening about it. Wicket has not shown any signs of any deterioration, really. Some of the slower balls have produced some uneven bouts, but not a lot. Glad to view this with you. Could be a historic match. Who knows? Where's this beeping sound coming from? I'm sure there are a lot of Aussies too out there watching, enjoying this tail wag. Oh, I think they would. Sharmi is 35. Bumrah is 23. Who would have expected that? Bumrah punt got 22, and even Ishan Sharma got 16. So out of the last 4 batsmen so far, punt's third. Not first or second, as we were all expecting. Sharmi, 35. What's going on here? Lead by 233. Let's get up to 250, guys. You've got 20 minutes left before lunch. Will India declare, is the question. Not sure where that's gone. It looks like it's gone out of the park. No, it hasn't. It's gone over the keeper's head. We were looking towards the boundary, but it only trickled over the top, it looks like. It's hit his helmet, in fact, not the bat. Another look at Bumrah there. It's the second time he's hit him on the head. He's hit him on the temple and the top of the head now. Donald, how do you feel about punt? He is not reliable. We cannot vouch on him anymore. So very uncertain his wicket is. Now, let's not be too heavy on him. Bumrah's going to have a bit of a sore head. He's been hit twice. Thankfully, he's wearing a helmet. I mean, time-wise, it's 9:40. Sorry, it's 12:41. There's only 19 minutes before the break. Amazing. Let's not jump on punts back now because it's not relevant. He still contributed, got 22. Sharmi's 35 and Bumrah's 23. Lead by 235. Really, you would argue that they're getting closer and closer to enough now. Enough in terms of making sure that they won't lose. And the draws higher in their calculations. Both England and India are equal on the win-lose scenario. So England looking desperate now. They know their time is wasted if they hit the helmet, but they're still going for it. They're trying to rattle them. Okay, it's now India 26%, England 9% chance of winning. This is a massive change. India deemed to be 26% chance of winning. India 9%. Draw 65. So India now deemed to be more likely to win than England. It's turned. England have a 9% chance of winning, which is going to really annoy them because that means that they have to be very careful because India still have a chance of winning. 26%. It was 38% England, 31% India. Remember that? Well, it's gone. They dropped to 9 and they've stayed at around 26. Quite a dramatic change. I'll write that up. So, what is it? 38%. 38 to 31. $38 to 31. Now, now 26 to, I'm going to go a bit hard to type in. So I just said then. So it's got 38 to 31 in favour of the catch. No, it's actually, is that 6 or 4? My God. Didn't see that shot. Root's not happy. It's 4. Interesting, guys. No, it's a tremendous performance here from India. Tremendous. Amazing. So Shami is 40 not out. Bumrah 23. The lead is 240. So they've added some 86 today. 86. 154 in front now, the 240. So they've added 86 this morning. And there's still 14 minutes to go. So that 86 on average, next two sessions, England won't get the 240 score. It's almost out of the question. So England are not going to win this match. It's going to be a draw or an Indian win. Another edge. Shami's on his way to 50 the way he's going. I'll tell you what. Really, that's it. The actual run rate will be around the 4 mark, getting closer and closer to the 4 mark, which is very ungettable. So India will not win the match. That's pretty much decided now. India will not win the match. Draw is most likely, but India still have a 20-odd% chance of winning. We have now some 14 minutes before lunch. So these two last to lunch. Heroics all over the place. They've got 2 slips in now. Bit late. As soon as they do that, he starts to play sweep shots. When we expected Punt to get a 50, remember? Well, it's in fact Shami that's going close, and even Bumrah might go close. Remarkable. So 68 overs remaining with a score of 243. That's creeping closer and closer. 243. So 243. So it's at least 3.5 an over, which hasn't happened all test. 3.57 per over. It hasn't happened all test. They've been nowhere near that all test. So, it's very, very unlikely that they're going to be able to get that run rate towards the end of this match. And England may shut up shop, and then a guy like Jadeja might come into play. Ashwin, my God, Ashwin maybe. Pressure on Sibley about Sibley's going to be in deep trouble. He got 60 in the last innings. They were chasing the score, and they went 3 for 170. Match was drawn. It's very similar to that now. Only a bit of a difference that Indian bowlers probably will be wanting to win more. Well, there's now 12 minutes to go. India may even bat for a little bit after lunch. Well, they can't bat for very long if they do. They may have to declare, which certainly wasn't what they were expecting to do. It's 6 down. They were 6 down. They're now 6 for 181, I think it was overnight. They're actually now 270. Bumrah's playing beautiful defensive shots at the moment. They were 181 overnight. They've scored 89 in this session. Only lost 2 wickets. One was Bumrah. One was, Punt. England does not look happy with their situation when they probably thought they had the ascendancy. Hamid would be a bit nervous. I'll tell you what, Burns, Sibley and Hamid will be a little bit nervous. The only thing is these 2 batters and the bowlers will be opening the bowling, so they probably need a little bit of rest, for sure. They're going to get lunch. I'm not sure what the beeping noise is. We'll see if the fridge is closed, guys. So a quick look if the fridge is closed. Hearing a beeping sound. Maybe the phone, no, it's the phone. Bowling some awful, slow, short stuff. It's just pathetic. It's not. I'm resting almost 4 hours here, guys. When lunch break goes, I think I might stop, guys. I think that's about enough. And we'll hope that Roots in good form, but best they're good form, but they're going to have to really chance them. They're conservative by nature. They're not going to be treating it like a one-day match. I'm telling you now, they won't. India may have done that. Jadesia's sitting there in the stand, having gotten out last night. The ball hasn't gone exactly where it's supposed to, but it's not gone to a fielder. Lead of 244. They're going to be leading by 250. So Amarish, since you tell me I'm holding on to lunch, I've got to can't hold on through the whole day. My God, that'll be too much. I've been on for 4 hours almost. And in those 4 hours, we've had 14,638 people view. Well, they've got 9 minutes to lunch. In fact, if they do lose the wicket, they're going to lunch. So, as I said earlier, it was 38% England to win, 31% India to win, 31% a draw. That changed to be no longer 38% England, but 9% England. India's dropped off a bit too from 31 to 26, but they're still well ahead of England. And the drawn result was 65. So 60-70% chance of a draw now, maybe closer to 75, I would argue. But it's going to come down to what's going on here. They're mulling around. I'm not sure what they're doing. Can't be going to lunch. Is it raining? No. So the umpires are chatting to Shami about something. There must be something niggling going on out there. Something's going on out there that's niggling them. Again, another shot that's gone in the no man's land as a single at least. There's some 67 overs left in the day, 66.5, 245. They get that down to 60 overs. 50 over match, 240 is not normally much, is it? But not on these bowling conditions. Oh, nice old crack there of the bat. There's that. It's a nice 4 runs. Shami's heading for 50 the way he's going. Lead is 249. What was Collie called it? Nothing wrong with that shot. He's gone again, and this is bigger, more handsome. This will be his 50. He's brought up his 50 with a 6. Shami has just got 50 with a 6. What is incredible. This is punt-like. Shami has just scored 50. His second test 50 in 53 matches, and a very important one. Well, Shami won't be dropped for the next match, will he? Resounding. The lead is 255. Mohammad Shami scored 50 off 57 balls, which is an incredibly good rate. 5 and a 6, 5 fours and a 6. And he's danced down the wicket, a la punts, and has absolutely smoked it. Beautifully hit. Out of the ground by a country mile. Cleared the boundary by a long shot up in the first tier. Who would have thought we'd be watching Shami lifting his bat for a 50? Incredible. 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 The lead is 255. England are not going to win this. They've got 5 minutes to lunch. England are gone. No hope of winning. Having been in a position where they probably thought they were going to win, they're not going to win now under no circumstances. A draw is most likely, but India might. Oh. Interesting shot. So India have actually hit 101 in this session. 101. 101. I think this is a 92 metre 6. Defensively, he's playing well too. They've had 101 in this session. They lead a 154 lead. They're at 255. More than enough. I think more than enough now. With 66 overs left in the day's play, 255 is irritatingly close, but not close enough for England. He's just hit another 6. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't gone that far. It looked like it was going that far, but it's gone up and down. You got a single for it. So there's 66 overs remaining. They're basically 5 minutes from lunch. There's 66 overs remaining in the day. 256 off 66. That's what's the average? 256 divided by 66. 3.87, 3.88. It's whopping. 3.88 per over. So his highest test score is this one. Both against England. 2014 was his last 51. Got 34 against Australia. He scored 2 centuries against England, both at Trent Bridge in 2014 and at Lords. I'm sure Mohammed Sharma, maybe he's looking for an honour board 100 and outdo his captain Coley. Wouldn't it be funny if he goes and belts number 50 in the first hour after lunch? So for England will need 3.88 and over, which has not happened at any stage of the match. Very unlikely. $102 runs has been scored this session. Oops. Fantastic. Fantastic, guys. This is monumental. No one expected this. We were thinking 220. Well, they've gone 256, guys. 76 run partnership, and we'll go close to 100. It just shows, okay, India now 24%. England have a 1% chance of winning. Draw 75. So India, 24%. England have got a 1% chance of winning. That's not, oh, a lovely looking wristy shot that was. %. So 24% India. So 24% India. 1 for England. So 24% for India, 1% for England. 1% chance for England to win this. And 75%, well, I don't know how they get the 1%. I think it's naught, really. The 75% draw. So that's it. 24% England, India, 1%. 24% chance of India winning the match. 1% for England and 75% for a draw. That's very, very, what's the word for it? Very huge amount of pressure on England. Huge amount of pressure because they have got no hope of winning. No hope. That's a bizarre position to be in, you'd think. This could well be the last over before play for lunch. Who would have thought that they would have scored? Looks like Shami's hurt his finger, thumb at least. So they've 2 for 104 this session. 2 wickets for 104 this session. Not expected that. Lead of 258. 65 overs to go on the day's play. Shami's batting like a true champ, 52 mile an hour. Quite incredible. Anderson has not taken a wicket this particular match. England. It was really bad from England to underestimate Indian talent. They certainly have underestimated Indian talent as a shot. Fantastic to be with you guys for the whole time. The whole time we've been here. So India are 8 for 285 after 107 overs, lead by 258.
Shami not out 52, Bumrah not out 29, and Bumrah scored these 52 off 65 deliveries, by the way. I think Pujara scored his 40 off about 200. Big difference. So 65 overs remaining, 258 wickets. 258. 65. It's 3.96, 3.97. They're virtually 4 runs and over. No one alley to bowl. Must be the last over. It must be the last over. I'm pretty sure this is the last over. They've just gone on to time, so they must be. Yeah, they look confused. They weren't expecting other batsmen to put such an effort here. Shami 52, Bumrah 29. These are like opening batsmen. What were the percentages at the start of the day? Well, it was probably more like 45% England and, say, 35% India and a lower draw percentage. But now, 1% England. Another edge, but it's got some runs there. We've got the 1 runners. Bumrah goes to 30. The lead is 259. They basically need more than 4 runs and over. And that's very difficult in such conditions. And Root's attitude is to defend, not attack, so even more insurmountable. Looks like these two want to come back and bat after lunch. It'd be interesting to see what Kohli does now. They're 8 for 286, 259 for 1 leaders, more than enough. Do they declare? They're probably going to go all out. They might tell the children just to go absolutely nuts after the break. But they don't need to do much more in terms of score, that's for sure. And that's it for the day's play. Their overs remaining. There's 64 overs remaining. They're 8 for 286. India are 8 for 286 this session. There's been 26 overs. They've scored 105 runs, only losing to 2 wickets, and an over rate of 12.4, and run rate of 4.04. So they've basically, the run rate they've got this morning is what England need for the 2 sessions for them a chance of winning. So I think India would, the way they're looking, they're probably going to bat on beyond lunch. And Root's not happy because his 1% chance of winning is probably going to be 0.5% chance of winning. Shami's going to get a resounding applause. 52 not out. Unbelievable. Bumrah's 30 not out. And the entire Indian team are clapping them madly off from downstairs. They've all come downstairs to the front doors. They're clapping them madly. They're all at the front, not on the dressing rooms, down the front of the Lord's entry there. Magnificent. So 8 for 286. Shami not out 52. Bumrah not out 30. 108 overs gone. 65 overs to go. I think it was 64. 65. Yeah, it's almost 4 and over. So England have to go out and do what India had done for the next 2 sessions. And that's highly unlikely to happen. So the chances of England winning are less than 1%. India's still around the 24 mark and 75% of the draw. Anderson hasn't taken a wicket. Robinson's taken 2. Wood, although he's now injured, he's not going to bowl anymore. It's taken 3. Curran 1, Ali 2, and Root's had a couple of overs. They're 5 overs. Ali's bowled 26. Anderson bowled 25. Both Curran, Wood bowl 18. Ali Robinson only bowled 16, which is interesting considering all. So the lead at day 5 is 259. So India will not lose this match. 1% chance of England winning, which is stuff all. Brilliant session, guys. Shall I continue or not? It's up to you guys to tell me. If we do, I'm going to try and find someone else to join me. I'm going to find out the Siddharth's around. It's now 10 o'clock in Australia. So it's what, 5:30 in England? I've been on for 4 hours, guys. Do you want me to stay? Tell me. Do you want to stay? Do you want me to video? Do you want me to stay? Have you enjoyed the commentary? Tell me what you thought. Not getting too many England commentators to come on. They would be a little bit ticked off at the moment, wouldn't they? So, guys, you tell me. I want you to put Ismail Sarfraz. You're very disappointed. What are you disappointed? If you don't go for India, you can't be disappointed. It's been a fantastic performance. England have been pretty ordinary. It'll be a draw. Well, yeah, you think a draw is 75%, which is an overwhelming percentage. Shabir Shaki, you want me to stay? All right, Sabit Pasadi, you want me to stay? It's a treat hearing you. So, Donald Utawala, have you enjoyed this, guys? Tell me, guys, if you enjoyed this. I need to see the comments because a couple of comments in there. I need to get your comments because it's 40 minutes now. 40 minutes before they come back on the field. So, so you must say you turn the TV volume off just to hear my comments. Well, that's very, very nice. I hope you enjoyed that. I'll try and get someone else on. I have been on. Guys have been on for 4 hours and 5 minutes. I will be there after the game. I'll continue with Shaboom. That's it is a magnificent performance here. By the way, guys, just to let you know, we've got 58 people here. We've had what? I mean, how many people have been watching? About 15,647. Pretty good numbers. But if you're here and 15,000 people should be subscribing. Okay, I want you to. I want me to rest now? Or you want me to continue, guys? I'm happy to keep going. It's fun. Let me just have a look here. What's the story? How many people subscribe? I have 15,000 people watching. I haven't got 15,000 new subscribers. It is a lot of fun. I'm going to continue on, guys. But if you're here and you're on my show, and you don't need to go to my @NormCotts, my Twitter and my so-called Instagram handle, my LinkedIn. I want you to also please. Okay, so guys, I might go and come back after. Well, 58, you can't go just yet. I'm going to find someone else to come on and help me out. So Gil's doing. Gil, I'm still on air. I've been on air for 4 hours and people not wanting me to go. Can you come and help me out for half an hour?
I'm at work, Norman.
Okay. Okay.
Norman, that's too much. 4 hours, that's too much.
I know, I should have a break. All right. Okay. Ciao.
Okay, bye. Thanks, Norman.
Yeah, people are saying it's too much, guys. I think I might break. Okay, guys. What I'll do is I'll come back. Okay, just a bit of a summary for those that are joining now. And please make sure you view, like, and share the posts. Subscribe to my Eyes on Cricket YouTube channel. Hit the notification button. So India are 8 for 286. Ajinkya Rahane 61, but Muhammad Shami got 52, not out. And Bumrah's 30. Wood and Ollie Robinson taking 5 wickets, not a single wicket to Anderson in the second innings. The lead is 259. 259. Incredible. So they've added 105 for that session, and they lost 2 wickets. 105 runs have ended with 2 wickets falling. Incredible when you think about it. They have got some 65 overs, I think it is, left. So 259, let's look at it again. 259 divided by 65, 3.98, effectively 4. Just on 4 runs and over for England to win, and that's 1% chance of happening. Bring that lady. I'm trying to bring someone on. Let's just see where. pretty hard to get people to come on so last minute, those guys. Have a look. Hang on, guys. Let's just see who can come. Can you join? No, it doesn't look like possible. So really, an amazing 105 in front. Trying to find people on the hop here. Let's see if Gagi goes on. It is 10 o'clock in Australia, mind you, guys. It does. If I can't get anyone else on, I will have a break, guys, because I think I do need a break. But I'll come back after the game with a post-match review as expected. It's been an amazing session. 105 runs scored in that 2 hours play. 2 wickets falling, that of Ishant Sharma and punt. Bumrah 51 not out. No, 52 not out, actually. And 30 to Bumrah. Quite incredible. Amazing. Abhishek isn't amazing. Telek, how are you? All you guys, some of you are new to me. Please, if you are, please subscribe. Bring on the ability to subscribe. It's very important to me. I interact with you quite a bit. It doesn't look like a partner's there. Again, people did not expect to come on, guys. So it's unfortunate. We can't bring them all on. So. So there was a lot of stick between Sharmi and Bumrah over both Butler and Anderson. There was a lot of aggression between those players, and there was a lot of heated discussion. Root got in the middle of it all. They weren't happy with it. There was a fair bit of anger there, I tell you what, but it's only steeled Bumrah and steeled Sharmi to get a lot. Good question. India should be declaring this innings. Well, there, as we saw, was only a 1% chance of England winning, 24% of India, and some 75%. So realistically, England have taken out of the equation. Yeah, I agree with that. Probably should maybe a couple of overs, just five or so overs, just to ignore them, annoy them, to get them in and out, batting, bowling. Sort of that's a mixed change of innings. Could stop them a bit. They won't probably no more than 60 overs. Hold on, so between Rooters down, Kohli's pumped up, absolutely. So what the key to this would be, India could just go out there and just go for a big slog for about 5 overs, maybe 10 overs max, score a few extra runs, and just annoy England sufficiently. The batsmen have gone to a break, gone back on the field, gone back and batted. That could be a sufficient stuff round. So that's 65 overs for 259. So, yeah, I think they'd want another 5 overs. Well, it's probably overly cautious, mind you. Yeah, if they get 259 off 65, if that's what the equation is. Hang on. 259 divided by what was it again? 65. It's 3.98. So they knock off another 4 overs, 5 overs, then you're in a situation where it'll be well over 4. Well over 4. So, and starting that way. So it won't continue that way. It could all get worse. So realistically, that's England out of the equation. And having 2 draws, well, but then Kohli might just let them bat as long as they want to and really annoy the hell out of England and then go for it crazily. They may want to well out of contention, which will mean England will definitely go into a defensive mode, which could be quite dangerous. Very interesting. Any chance of India winning? Hari Prasad. The odds are 24% chance of India winning. 24, 1% chance of England, and 75% of a draw. So the draw is overwhelming. 24% still is a reasonably strong chance. England's got 1%, so they've got no chance. If they want to bring that down to 0, they'll probably get another 5 or 10 overs. Whether they need to do that though, there's no way that England will get 259 this. There's no way. They'll be lucky to get 150, and they'll lose several wickets on the way through. Yeah, take 2 overs, change winners. You're right. I think that, but it'd be nice to. I would play with it a bit. I'd let these two go and bat 5 overs and go nuts. 5 overs go nuts, and then walk off. So England are going in and out, in and out. It would be very disturbing, to be honest with you. Very cheeky, but very disturbing. So another 5 overs of 20 runs. They've got no hope. So they've got still what appears to be a hope, but it really is no hope. It's enough damage to be done. Because two sessions is probably not enough to get England all out, you would think. But the pressure could overwhelm them. You just don't know. Let's hope. We've got a situation here. What do you think, guys? Should they bat more or not? Should help Indian bowls. A bit of rain on the ground, is there? Well, it's a lunch break, so they've got a fair bit of time to sort that out. Where did you get that from, Ram? Did you say a bit of rain? Where did you see that? You'd have to argue that this is, incredibly, India's got a lot of opportunities here to win. Let's just hope they do. Incredible situation. Sky Sports Meetings coverage done with the experts holding umbrella. Okay, that's not a good sign. Yeah, they wouldn't need an umbrella if it wasn't raining, would they? Oh, look, it's difficult to really say. It'd be a shame for it to rain. Well, India will not lose this match, okay? You can be assured of that, which is a reasonably good situation considering where they were, probably a big start of play. The point being that 2 draws to start is there's still 3 test matches to go. A 2-1 result can still occur. The only problem there is that the wickets will probably favour England bowlers more. And do they continue with both Rahane and the likes of Pujara? I think they will. So Duncan Fletcher was the lead is 259. It's just phenomenal. There's no sign at this point that India is going to declare. No sign. So India will go into bat into this last innings. Well, there was a fair bit of cloud there, Warrior. There was a fair bit of cloud, so it wasn't out of the equation at all. There was a bit of cloud there. You can't say there wasn't cloud. They're showing Duncan Fletcher on that reports there. He was a great coach. And arguably, Ravi Shastri has been a great coach as well. There's no doubt about that. All right, guys. I think I need to have a break, guys. All right, we're going to conclude the session now. We're going to I'm going to come back after the day's play with a post-match review. Hopefully, we're sitting here with Indian victory. I might try and come in just before the end of the innings if India are doing well. I'll come in and we'll see how we go. If it ends up being a draw, we'll still have a post-match discussion, guys. So I have now gone 4 hours and 20 minutes, and I need a break. All right, so take them as on rather take their Bumrah certainly showing back England another game. What a comeback playing in try. Absolutely. All right, guys, I'm going to leave now. So please view, like, and share the posts. Subscribe to Eyes on Cricket with Norman Kochnick. So hit the subscribe button so it's subscribed. Notification. Hit the notification button because I've got a session coming up after the match at 3 a.m, which is a few hours off. Okay, 3 hours my time. So after the match, I'll come on and we'll do another session. So goodbye, Amrish Singh. Goodbye, everyone. Take care. Please make sure you subscribe. Hit the subscription button. Follow, share, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, email, send it, and share everything. Good night, guys. Not good night. Goodbye. I'll see you later on tonight. Post show coming up later. All the best.